Hey, party people. What is happening? Yo, how has the week been for you guys? It's definitely been an interesting week. So let me know in the chat how you guys are doing. It is lovely to be in the space with you guys tonight. I see we've already got the list closed. Dang, y'all. Hey, beautiful Mina. Hey, Smurdina love. How are you guys doing? We are just about to chop it up tonight, hopefully. Hey, KT, how you doing, girl? Hopefully we can move through tonight. Sacred Beauty, lovely to have you in the building with us tonight. That's what's up. We're going to be diving into some stuff, chopping it up. Okay, so I'm gonna let the cards reveal themselves to me, I guess. We're gonna have some more cards come out, they said. So we'll see, depending on the answers that are required for the questions. Hey, Ariana, Artie. Unfortunately, I think the list is closed, Artie. We get pretty full over here pretty quickly. I think Ariana made a point as well, if we can extend the list. I mean, we've got like an extra one usually, and you got that slot tonight, girl. So that's what's up. Snaps for you. Hey, Samantha. I see you managed to make the list again this week, so that's what's up. That's what I'm saying, Artie. You probably have to sort of like check in like super soon, as soon as like I basically put it out that I'm going to be out here in these YouTube streets, because it gets tricky. And also my readings can be a little bit long for the most part, because I don't just read. I also like to have dialogue with you guys to kind of like, you know, there's highly probable timelines, and then there's also free will. So I also like to be able to have open dialogue with you guys for that factor as well. So it takes some time to unpack the stuff, which is why they've kind of like said 10, because I think when I first sort of ventured into the space, I would give little bits and pieces, and then I'd still have like downloads just resting on my crown for certain situations that I'm not able to kind of like fully dive into. But yeah, like 15 to 20 people. Oh God, girl, 15 to 20 people alive. I actually extend my energy out into these regions of the world as well. So it gets a little bit complicated. Would make it easier for more people to get in the list. I'm going to talk to the guys about that one. I'm going to take the suggestion, because I think the thing about the list as well, Pearl's donated, so I'm going to check that for Pearl. The thing about the list as well, obviously, the people that I guess Spirit sees that circumstantially, they're, I guess, optimized on that frequency, right? Free is, I guess, a vibrational setting that they're hoping to manifest that whatever answer they're looking for. Free is well, we've got a couple of donations already for tonight. Miss Green, I think, has donated because her name looks familiar. I don't know if she's presented herself in the chat yet, but she has actually donated from what I can see on PayPal, because I'm getting familiar with her. And then we've got Pearl as well, who's donated as well. So I think that the list in essence is to be able to also allow for me to allow for the donation list as well to become open, so other people does have, I guess, the opportunity to sort of do readings, because it takes a lot out of my body. I think I learned that. I don't know if you guys catch this. I actually like skimmed over that topic last time, but the last live that I did before the last live that I did was dreadful. I did that during the midst of a cycle, and I learned exactly why the guides does not permit that for me. And why it's just not a good idea, because it really takes a lot out of like your human, especially when you're doing it consciously. I think subconsciously as well, when that's like on the default setting, it's a little bit like you don't feel so much of the extension of your energy, right? But when you're doing the shit consciously, like you literally feel every single particle like of yourself being exerted into the atmosphere, and like the photons picking up on the information, and it's all like physics, to be fair. But I'm sensitive to the very minute physics of it all, just because I'm a bit of a nerd. So I'm also like observing reality on that plane of existence as well. So it makes it a little bit tricky, but I'm going to learn for that one, girl. I'm going to learn and see how a homegirl can optimize in sort of like navigating out in these spaces. Because sometimes I get lost out there. I'm Pisces, man. You know, we kind of get dreamy. So tapping into like staying fixed in this reality while staying there sometimes can get real intense, to say the least, actually. But nonetheless, y'all, we're gonna chop it up for this Saturday night and see what we've got. Hopefully we've got some good insights to the questions that we've got. I've opened the space. I've asked for the guides to come and sit in with us. The incense burning. We're doing stuff tonight, so let's go ahead and dive into this stuff. I'm going to try my best to obviously give you guys as much of what I can whilst I can. Sorry, my obsidian is it's resting at the minute, so I'm going to use my opalite to be able to make sure that I stay grounded. Oh, thank you, girl. I don't know about feeling lovely, but I'm glad I don't look how I feel. That part. God is good, right? I'm telling you, this week has been an actual joke, to say the least. This week has definitely been a bit of a joke. I've literally, like, I've laughed with God on so many different layers of reality this week. I've been sitting, work has been sort of like testing my boundaries a little bit. But it's kind of like giving me, I guess God is preparing me for being able to focus on my purpose-driven work a little bit more. So that's kind of like coming background. Miss Green, can we get your question, please? They're saying they're ready for you. Can we go and dive into whatever it is? I think Pearl's here as well. I've got Pearl first on the list. I know that Miss Green was actually the first that I saw with the donation. But Pearl, because you're sort of like actively in the actual... yeah, I don't see Miss Green actually being here. So that's why I'm kind of like saying Pearl can... Yeah, Pearl, you can go put your questions out there, girl. Miss Green, I don't know where they actually are. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I see you, girl. I see you. Definitely. That's why I said put your questions out there. Ariana said it's sunny outside. It was cloudy earlier. Still freezing though. Yeah, and we have tons of snow. It's cold. It is. I'm literally, y'all can see I got my scarf on. I'm in my house, but it is cold. Like, that was so funny. Like in Jamaica, when I kept saying that I was cold, and people were like, "How can you be cold? Like you're in England." I'm like, "It's cold there too." Shit, I'm from a tropical island. Like my human is optimized for a certain climate. Okay, so I'm always cold, pretty much wherever I go as well, because my body is basically sort of like adapted to the simulation of the climate here. So when I did get to Jamaica, I actually found it cold there as well at times. To be fair. I found a new pharmacy job, but I don't like it, and they're paying crap. What energy do you see surrounding it? Oh, interesting. Hey, Asan. How are you doing? We're going to go and dive into this. Interesting. So, Carl wants to know about the energy surrounding the new pharmacy job. Good manifesting on the pharmacy work as well, BTW girl. That was like the main focus. So snaps for you on that. We love that. That's what's up. Let's see. Okay. So I'm gonna dissect the question for you, Pearl. I'm gonna ask a couple of. When you say what's the energy, what energy do I see surrounding it? Because they want to sort of like, how can I put it? They said that that's a loaded question, right? Okay. It pays weekly. Weekly pay superior to bi-weekly pay. Most jobs pay bi-weekly. Yeah, just because the question basically is a little bit loaded when we say sort of like the energy. I'm going to I'm gonna ask the question, see what we get, and I may have to unpack it. Basically, I think that that's what they're sort of like preparing me for. Okay, here we are. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so let's see. Okay. Okay, so this is definitely, this is going to be an interesting little situation for you to sort of like navigate, right? So what they're showing me as far as like the energy around the situation is that how can I put it? You're still going to be navigating through waves of emotional immaturity in space of like that dynamic that you're in. There's still a little bit of cattiness, just a tiny bit, that you're still going to have to navigate through. Reason being, you sat the class last time, and we had conversations about reactionary responses. So you're kind of somewhat still navigating through similar environment per se. You were still on that vibrational setting when you manifested this, basically. So you hadn't necessarily all the way restored in terms of the healing. So there's still a little bit of that to learn from in this space as well. So you're going to have to learn how to be stealthy in navigating through just little bits of like just cattiness. It's something that isn't necessarily like straight off the bat. I want to say it's something that's going to take some time to potentially develop. I'm seeing anywhere from around about 7 weeks, you're really going to start to see you're going to start to see things where you're getting a little bit more understanding of how similar some of the patterns may be in terms of like just for lack of a better way of putting it, just different agents, for lack of a better way of putting it. Like, so basically people play different roles, right? And in terms of the roles that they're playing, you kind of 7 weeks from now, you start to sort of like see, okay, this person who plays this role, they tend to have like this tendency or this character nature. This is how I'm going to be navigating around this situation, or this is how I navigate around that situation. And you're going to have to now, being in this kind of climate, right, where you are I guess you'll find it at times a little bit emotionally overwhelming, where you're having to be like in a rested state, even though internally you're like one more tick away from an outburst. Those may be some of the exciting, awesome class, I guess, that because they're saying to like give it with enthusiasm. I'm being a bit of a dread because these things, I guess, are supposed to sort of like test our levels of enthusiasm, right? But you'll be able to find your enthusiasm in there. You wanted to manifest a pharmacy role, and you did that for yourself again. So kudos to you on that. Focus on the positives of the situation. I think that that will assist you at times where you may be triggered to feel on defense about sort of somewhat feeling like you're in the same climate, because you have to understand, because you want to manifest this particular sort of like job in essence again. These are just some of the, I guess, the cons that comes along with it, essentially, right? Sometimes some of the people that chooses to come into the profession, their mind, obviously, their, as far as like their body and the purpose of their design, their mind is in some cases mature than their emotional state of affairs. So sometimes they're being chosen and selected to be positioned for certain places in contexts like the pharmaceutical roles because of the mind capacity that they have. But unfortunately, on certain emotional planes, they're still maturing. And those are just some of the things that you have to, I guess, for lack of a better way of putting it, accept as a part of the manifesting process of that. But you, however, my love, get to be able to decide how you respond to being in the environment, having sitting sort of like a similar climate before. I find that there may be contexts of micromanaging to some degree as well, which may feel a little bit irritating from time to time. But it's passion misguided, so just humor them for the most part is the best way that I can put that. And I think that that will help you to be able to sort of like navigate through it, because I think that yeah, that kind of just helps for them to be able to navigate. It's not a you thing, really. It's just a them thing. A need for control is basically what's being optimized in terms of that dynamic there. And the position gives them the credibility to be able to do so. So the best thing that you can do is kind of like humor them for the most part and just continue to do what you're there to do. Yeah. I find that your question whether or not your question whether or not you're actually sort of like transitioning out of this phase in essence as well. So I guess that's the question that the universe is asking you, because subconsciously you're asking yourself that question, like, is this really still the fit for you? Do you still see yourself being this girl? Is this something that you are still like wholeheartedly wanting to manifest as well? So I think the universe is kind of like, I guess, sitting the unfolding of that question for you subconsciously. So you're playing that out. And this is a perfect environment to be able to do that in, I guess, is that part. I am here pretty much on, I guess, on a weekly basis. So that's something that you can tune in to maybe next week. We'll see what happens next week. I think for the most part, unless I've got like anything planned, I'll always keep, I guess, everyone up to date if anything does change as and when it does change, because I wasn't sure if I was going to actually make it in here tonight, to be fair. But yeah, unfortunately, the free list is closed. The donation list is open as a way to be able to sort of preserve my energy, really. That's it. Yeah. But thank you for stopping in. Maybe tune in next week and we'll see what the guides allow for, if the universe aligns it. What's your next question there then? I'm just going to sort of like ask, because I feel like I gave you sort of guidance in terms of that situation anyways. How does Scott feel knowing I'm working for a rival pharmacy? I know they called him to ask about me, but I don't know what he said. Interesting, girl. I'm going to need some water for this. I was literally thinking to myself, okay, cool. Right. Let's see. So we want to unpack the Scott stuff. Oh, that's a loaded little question. First, let's unpack that. Okay. The actual question is, how does he feel? Okay. I'm going to start with that question, but I'm probably going to unpack it again, I guess. That's just the way it goes. So we want to know how Scott feels about how sort of being connected to a rival company. Okay. Talk to me about it, guys. How does he feel? How does he feel? Thank you. Okay. Oh. Whew. Sorry. The cards never lie. I mean, they keep it real. We may not necessarily always sort of like interpret what layer of, I guess, dialogue they're sort of having the discussion from, but they ultimately never lie. So what they're saying in terms of his feelings, there are feelings, I guess. There's a little bit of feelings of like backstabbing. Not gonna lie, we've got the 10 of Swords energy here, sort of like in the future trajectory of the situation. So he may feel a little bit of like he's being stabbed in the back, some backstabbing. is the kind of thought process. And potentially he may, I guess, at times, because of that, I know, but because of that, because of the transition, I guess he may also not have nice words, I guess, to say about you. So the backstabbing, his feeling of backstabbing may actually project him reflecting backstabbing behavior per se. Looking at his, oh, this is a whole story. Okay, so like his feelings on the situation is learning, I guess, from the past decisions in terms of the way that he also sort of like handled things, and really just kind of coming together now. Um, he's learned about how he could come together when there's potentially issues in team situations, not necessarily with you per se, I'm going to say that, but in terms of moving forward, I think he learned something about how to navigate through a little bit of dysfunction within team dynamics, just a little bit. I don't think he's fully grasped or hacked the code just yet, to be fair, but I think he's had like a little bit of degree of perspective, maybe like a 3-degree shift, right? And now, in terms of the situation where he's kind of like found himself with you, it's kind of like a fear of the unknown. That's why there's probably, in terms of the future dynamics or feelings on the situation, it feels like moving forward, he'll feel like that's a little bit of an unexpected backstabbing or a little bit of a defeat, an ending, a loss, a betrayal of some sort. That's what it feels like, right? That's what it feels like in terms of the friendship dynamic. But obviously, he understands that this is a business situation, it's a business, I guess, decision. And he gets the fact that, hey, Kayla, it's been 2 months. He didn't offer my job back. So I needed a new job. Exactly that, right? Exactly that. And I think it's just one of those things where, for all intents and purposes, he couldn't actually like stay in a space, I guess, with you. There's still some resentment there. I mean, it's not like all the way on the surface like it was previously when this was like still fresh, but there's still some resentment there. So I guess he's not all the way ready to sort of like share space with you. So it's just one of those things, he's kind of like learned enough to be able to remove himself from the situation altogether, I guess, right? We'll put it that way. But yeah, his feelings on the situation is just sort of like feelings of like moving forward. This feels like a little bit of a backstabbing sort of like situation within the community, right? Within the community, because it's within the same sort of like trade, if you will. But that was an executive decision that had to be made. And I think on a business level, he gets that obviously you needed a job. But he may just be in his feels. That's something that he has to work through. That has nothing to do with you. Actions have consequences on all levels and degrees. Your actions had a consequence of him saying no. His actions thereby had a consequence of you going elsewhere because you wanted to be in that field. That's the field that you were in to begin with when you were there in his space. So for him to think otherwise would be selfish, and he just has to learn how to, I guess, nurse that wound. That part, okay? That part, okay? So we'll just let him sort of settle into that one ego-wise. We all have different things that we're adjusting to as far as acceptance, and this is just something that he's adjusting to as far as accepting that this is something that manifested, that you guys co-created together through the dysfunction of what actually transpired in the past and how that was handled. So here we are, such is life, right? Hit me with your third question, beautiful. Let me grab another deck for you. Whilst you get your question together for me, Pearl. I hope that that was useful for you, though. I think, obviously, naturally, he would feel a certain type of way about the situation, but it is what it is. Like, what can you do? These things comes along with the decisions that we made. I think it's so funny half the time, like, even for myself, right? I have to have conversations with my human where I'm like, girl, that's the consequence of that decision. Like, it was so funny because my demon was like testing a boundary the other day, right? And this was like in romance class because she felt like her boundaries were being tested, and it was like she flared up, right? Had a little bit of an explosion, and it didn't end well, right? It didn't end in her favor. And I had to have a conversation with myself, like, what did you expect to happen? This isn't even like your natural nature. You're actually coming out here. You know, you're not really out here like that, like that. Okay. If anything, you're a bit of a feline. Okay. And even when you get to that place where you're like, rah, you're really actually like coming from a place of love, because that's like my normal setting, I guess. Like I train myself actively on that layer. And even when I speak from that, I guess, dark place, I will speak honestly and speak truthfully, I guess, even in terms of what I see, even in that context. Bixby, get out of my business now. That's because it was not for your ears, okay? That part. Look at Bixby trying to come and fuss up their self and see what I'm talking about. They're definitely trying to learn some stuff, but yeah, sometimes some things aren't for us. Sometimes some things aren't for us. This is very, very interesting. How did he see when he saw me the other day? This was before the pharmacy job, when I was still working at the pub. Okay. I felt like that, girl. I felt like that. I was thinking, I think she means Phil. I think yeah, I'm gonna unpack his feels on the situation, and we'll probably get some dialogue about his thought process as well, because the feelings are one thing, but obviously the mental dialogue and process is something that's completely different, right? So let's unpack it. Right. How did it doesn't make sense to feel backstabbed? He knew how badly I wanted to work there again. Girl, you can't tell a human not to be human. I hear you. That makes logical sense, but naturally the human can sometimes be irrational and illogical. So it's just one of those things. Sometimes you ever just feel how you feel, even though the situation doesn't make sense. It's just one of those things. It's the way that the human kind of works sometimes. It's just something he has to accept. It has nothing to do with you. So don't even take that on your chest, because it's more of a him thing. Again, your consequence of the situation was not being brought back into the space, and his consequences, again, the same. He's actually dealing with the other end of that double-edged sword. So he's learning to accept it from how everything played out for him on his end as well. It's got nothing to do with you, but let's go back into it. Sorry, let me dive back into the question. So how did Scott feel when he saw her the other day? Hashtag bar job timeline. Give us some insight there. Okay. Sorry, I'm like making some space for the words so that I can have some open dialogue with this whole situation. Okay, interesting. So I think he felt like you're sort of like getting to a better place. You're not necessarily sat around waiting for the job back or anything, even though you asked for the job back. He felt like the releasing of walking away from the situation is kind of like, yeah, she's getting a little bit of restoration, I guess. She's all right now. That's kind of like how it looked to him, or that's how he took it. She's all right now. She doesn't even necessarily need the job per se. She's kind of like recovering, so it's fine. And now there's definitely no alternative to the situation. She's got herself into a different position. So that's, I guess, his takeaway from the situation. He just saw it like you're now living your best life, basically, to be fair. And I think that was something that he probably told himself to rationalize these feelings of betrayal as well. Because let's be clear, like, these feelings, they want to give voice to thought processes. So obviously, like, this is how he can feel betrayed, okay? first you go and you're doing this other situation where he thought that maybe perhaps this is going to be your next stepping stone and this is where you are going to be moving forward in life, but then to see you go back into the pharmaceutical industry, that's probably, I guess, maybe where his thought process felt like he felt I guess felt right for being wrong in terms of the feelings of betrayal. And to some degree, naturally, those feelings or waves of feelings are going to come up just because it is in the same trading industry, like I said. But I think when he saw you, he thought that you were living your best life then. So I think to kind of like see the misstep and for you to sort of like come back and be back into the pharmaceutical industry, I think that that's probably why maybe there may be some feelings now of there might be some feelings now of betrayal in that regards. But I think when he saw you then, he just thought that you were getting on with things for the most part and you weren't necessarily sat at home crying about the situation. Yeah, that's it really. Any guidance for Pearl in navigating through just her now? Sorry, I'm going to close out the space for you, beautiful. Oh, that was quick and easy. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, they're saying within the next few weeks. And it's interesting because obviously we gave a timeline of like a 7 week sort of span. I guess we've got a couple of moon cycles. So not the next moon cycle that we've got coming, but the following moon cycle, that's probably a turning point or a shift for you that actually stirs the pot significantly for certain reshaping events to sort of like occur. So they're saying just kind of like within the next few weeks, there's definitely some sort of like changes that are taking place. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with having to sacrifice anything for some of these changes because these may be past redemptions karmically paying themselves forward to you now, in terms of the decision making process that you've kind of like been navigating through that's presented these opportunities. So yeah, the guidance for you is within the next few weeks there will be some reshaping events, and this delay, I guess, in financial restoration is kind of like playing out faithfully, is what they're saying to me. So yeah, so keep the faith. That's what I'm hearing. So keep the faith. But yeah, I think this is one of those situations that ultimately has to kind of play out for the most part. From what I'm getting, things start to get a little bit interesting with the next couple of moons for you. So keep us posted and let us know, I guess, how everything kind of like unfolds in that regards. Because I'm telling you, even this Virgo moon, because I'm Virgo rising, so this is kind of like activating my external self and how I'm kind of like viewed. So this has definitely been an interesting sort of like class for me in essence as well. Just in general. And this is the first moon, I guess, since my 33rd solar activation. So this is definitely interesting. Oh, she picked on you. Picked on you with what? What do you mean? That's interesting. That's like a theme that's going on. You need to kind of like understand what Pite? What does that mean? Okay. Thank you. Oh, okay. Okay, well, you're definitely going to get some insights into the situation as everything's unfolding. They're saying that there's a financial recovery that's kind of like revealing itself over the course of the next 7 weeks. So that's something that I guess you get to see unfold. Keep us posted on that one. For sure. Sorry to hear that though. But again, you know, sorry, not sorry, in the sense that obviously everything unfolds as it's supposed to. So, I mean, I'm sorry for you in terms of your plan, but I'm not sorry because obviously God's plan's playing out. So that part too as well. Right. What do we have for Miss Green? I don't know if Miss Green's actually in the building because I don't think I've seen anything from her in the chat. Maybe it was a mistake, or maybe she's going to show up later randomly. Who knows? I don't know what the plan is on that one, but we'll see. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you for your questions. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry again. I can't help myself. That is so. Oh, I love that, Smoradina. Okay, so let's dive into this. So let's get this card. Smoradina wants to know, guys. She wants to know. Will okay, I'm gonna sorry, I'm gonna like look at the question to see if I can direct it for a clarity, because the question, and this is the thing as well, I understand it because like my dyslexic mind continues to like jumble stuff, so I've had to learn how to untangle certain thingies to get like a direct channel basically. So let me just will I take the job as a firefighter or some other government job that I applied for? That is so important for me. Okay. So I think I'm going to unpack this as well. Do you see the path of the firefighter for Smoradina as far as career path? Let's start there first. Do you see that path as a full-blown reality for Smoradina? Okay, thank you. Okay. 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 Clarify this for me then. We don't have Miss Green in the room at all. That's not a thing. If they do sort of pop into the room, let them know to sort of put their question out there as well. Yeah, if they do, if and when they do, let them know to put their question out there. Okay. Okay, so in terms of the firefighting situation, and this is why I wanted to like unpack the question, because clearly your mind is in two paths about the situation, but your heart is in one particular place. So your heart is in a purposefully intended career-driven path, right? But then your mind is sort of like questioning what direction to sort of like go to be able to sort of like attain this. So as far as a firefighting situation, they're saying that there's something better and you'll actually sort of like when that situation, I guess, sort of like falls through. That's because as far as that situation, I guess that there was a lack of a long-term plan in scope of it. And I think that when I say long-term plan, I mean God's vision for you, I guess, aligning with that path of God's vision for you. There is something better. So I'm glad that you asked the question on some other government job that you've applied for. So there's actually something better for you. So more than likely the firefighter situation may fall through. And I guess the other government job may be a little bit more, it's I think that you're going to basically get something that's a little bit more supportive to you, financially speaking, I guess, because that's what they're showing me, that whatever it is that you're getting is something that's going to improve your financial health. as opposed to the sacrifices or the consequential requests that are required during the firefighter gig, as opposed to some of maybe the other jobs that you've applied for. Okay. So the answer to your question is some other government job. Door number 2. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Yeah, that part. But I hope that that was useful for you. I think one of the things as well is that really, like, there's a really big purpose that's like written on your heart as well. You're really really here to serve, and God wants to use that intention that you have in the best of ways, and also to be able to reward you in essence as well for the level of dedication, work, and service that you put into that position. Feel me? Okay. So you're good. But yes, thank you, my love. Thank you. Oh, we're diving into some stuff tonight. Okay, sorry. Let me just, the energy is kind of like restricted in my solar plexus at the minute. I need to kind of like let that flow through. I can just feel like the tension of the energy sort of like moving through. Sorry, because I was literally just about to drink water again, but the energy isn't sitting well. Anywho, let me just shake that off, right? Do you remember when we shaked it off so bad? Martin had an issue, guys. Martin's my neighbor, guys. Martin was like, shut up. That's not what he said with his words, but he said that with his bang on my wall when we were shaking it off. I was chuckling about that the other day randomly to myself because I thought that that was funny. Oh, and I was like, oh, poor Martin. Martin must think this girl moving in was the worst thing that ever happened to me. I just want to live my life in peace. That was hilarious. Because we were like totally full blown in like concert, okay? But I guess Martin was like, you guys are here in the 3D. Don't forget about us. I'm having to deal with the consequence of this charade. Well, that was actually pretty fun. It was kind of like, it reminds me, so I'm the kind of person, right, like a series of events will happen and it might be like even a bad event. I remember when I was like, I got pulled over by the police, but I was like low-key for 2 weeks in the back of my mind. Sorry, Mina, I am going to come around to your question. You know how it works, girl. So it was like in the back of my mind, I was like low-key curious about like what it feels like to be pulled over by the police, what that experience is like, and you know, just how it feels when you're like on the side of the road and people are like going past and you're supposed to be all embarrassed. And I really wanted to have that experience, right? And then I couldn't shut it off. So it was like I kept being pulled over. And then I had to get rid of the car altogether because the car was then optimized for that reality. So I had to get rid of the car altogether. The car shut down as a way to kind of like give me notion. That was the guide's way of being able to say, okay, because I kept asking the question, how do I shut this off? So yeah, I share that to say, be mindful what you guys are curious for, right? Because I will go through, and my human tells my consciousness this all the time. Like, I don't like the fact that you will put yourself through pretty much like excruciating shit and think that it's funny, or oh, that was a good experience, and you're so nonchalant about this stuff. Like, my human genuinely has those conversations with my consciousness to say, like in terms of how my body reads, basically, right? At a cellular level, those are some of the engagements of conversation that happen sometimes. But I think it's funny. Sometimes it's actually like I'm here. Like sometimes it's like my soul feels like I'm here. I'm having this human experience. Like this is so dope. This is a really good time that we're living in. Obviously, it comes with its challenges, right? But sometimes some of these experiences just sound fun. They seem fun. I got hacked. My laptop got hacked at the end of December because I thought, I wonder what it feels like to get hacked. And I need to remember to myself that I've optimized my avatar actually to manifest as quickly as possible. So I need to stop doing stuff like that. Hey, Miss Green. Hey. Mina, we're actually diving into, because I've already sort of like opened the cards for Mina's questions. Yes, I know she is back. That's what we said. You're probably going to come back into the space. So thank you for showing back up, girl. We appreciate you. I'm definitely going to be, I guess if you just stick a pin in it for a second, because I already sort of like opened the cards to answer Mina's question. So I don't want to misdirect focus and then the energy throws anything off. So let me just finish that up first. It's only because I started talking. So I guess that was to kind of like stick a pin in that essence, just so that when I start the reading, I don't have to come out of channel. So that's cool. Okay, but don't worry. I got you, girl. I got you. Hang in there. Hang tight. Mina. Oh, okay. This is interesting. This is interesting. Okay. Okay. So, oh, wrong cards. They're saying to me wrong cards. And then also, I actually need to do this as a crystal read. They're showing me. Okay. Sorry. Miss Green, we didn't know when you'd be showing back up as well. So thank you for stopping back into the room. Let's see. Okay. Mm. Mm. Interesting. Sorry, I'm like receiving it and putting it. I will do, beautiful. I will do. Thank you for the question and putting it out there. I will do. Sorry, I'm like getting comfortable here, guys. Like I'm trying to like let the energy flow, because my digestive tract feels like it's again more of an indication as well of how information is kind of like flowing through my vessel at the minute as well. So yeah. Right, Mina. What I'm seeing with the situation, right? Okay, so sorry. I'm gonna receive all of this stuff and go in. What I'm seeing with the situation for yourself is that so what they're showing me is they're saying that they're gonna show, so some of your gifts are being hidden under means of people pleasing, right? And what do I mean when I say that? Because I don't just mean on a surface level. So what I mean in essence of that is that there are your avatar is optimized to like certain levels of sensitivity, and you receive certain downloads, you receive certain insights on certain things, right? You pick up on certain subconscious projections of others, and sometimes you may not be forthcoming with the information that you are intuitively downloading for your need of, I don't want to say people pleasing again, but that's actually the emotional tide that is intercepting that channel of communication when those downloads are coming through, and it's kind of being, sometimes it may even feel uncomfortable for you as well, like even where you're receiving some of these like downloads, or you're receiving some of these intuitive hints about other people, just as far as like how can I put it? Okay, so put it into context for me, guys. What kind of, because that's generalized, isn't it? Give me put it into context. Give me an experience in particular. Okay, they're saying that you picked up on something with an aunt. There was something that you were in the space and you kind of like sensed something with an aunt. You didn't necessarily say anything about it, but it was something that Hey, Chaley. Yeah, honestly, this is something. Mina, sorry, I'm getting this is why I wanted to close my eyes. This is why they asked me to close my eyes, because then I'm like intercepting your channel with other stuff. But honestly, Mina, they're saying that even the situation with the aunt, where you picked up on the download, and it's like you wouldn't necessarily sort of like share in terms of like what you were picking up on, and the feedback, it was like so intense in your body, this download as you're receiving it, the vibration was so discomforting in your vessel. um, you've got to utilize the gift, beautiful. It's not just it's not, how can I put it? Okay, so as much as it's uncomfortable for other people to kind of like receive these insights from you, it's very uncomfortable for you to receive these insights clairaudiently and clairvoyantly, and not deliver them. Like your vessel also, in essence, like there's, how can I put it, that it causes rupturings as well on the nervous system. Okay. So when you start to activate in these instances, instead of fighting back, just maybe figure out a way to work on the delivery of what it is, because the shit that you're gonna say is gonna like spook them anyways. Let's be real. It is what it is, right? Because we're living in a very dense, dominating mental reality as we're here. We're not as conscious as we need to be. We've lost a lot of our connection to our conscious awareness. So naturally there is going to be questions maybe in terms of that, but your delivery is everything. So if you can deliver these downloads, because you're being selected in that moment as well, my love, to actually like share. So a lot of the times, like the guides, everybody has their own team. They have their own spiritual community. They have their own like spiritual forces, I guess, that negate their reality and guides them and support them in life, period, right? And sometimes I say to people, sometimes you're not listening, so your humans finding a different guide who may be optimized at a clairaudient level or a clairvoyant level to be able to deliver the information, so that you can consciously receive the information, so it's no longer blocked to you subconsciously, right? Because they're trying to create share the information, but subconsciously you may have certain firewalls in place which is forcing you not to be able to kind of like do what needs to be done in those instances. But it's also like, you know, it's also an opportunity for you to be able to kind of like optimize your human in the process as well, basically, because the more these things flow through you as well, the better you get at anchoring these channels as they flow through you. And then the more guides out there know, okay, Mina, she's a trusted one, I can go to her about my human because she's going to be able to deliver on assignment. Let me tell you something, Mina. Now this part I have to open my eyes for, right? Like there's so many downloads that are so uncomfortable for me to share with people, but honestly it feels more uncomfortable in my body than it's going to feel for me to deliver it to them, that I just have to figure out my best way to actually deliver these things, period. Because they're like, you're these things are needed to basically be delivered, right? And you're being called, I guess, as a vessel that's optimized enough to be able to deliver this. And it's important because your vessel eventually is going to, this is why I said to you that with you guys, a lot of the times I kept having like surface downloads just still sat at the surface of my crown, because I was like trying to get through the questions and I'm trying to speak to as many people. No, the guys are like, we can't do that. This is why it describes you guys about the list and just the extension that it takes for my energy, right? So I'm gonna sort of like have a look and see what you were saying in the chat as well. Yes, I do receive downloads and I do deny all of it because I feel I have to sacrifice myself for others. Hell no, girl. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. I'll tell you what. when you do that, you're actually doing the very opposite of that. And I'll explain it to you and put it into context. Basically, because you're being called to deliver something to them, they lose out as well. And I think that that's how my guides explained it to me when I was like sat there being all shy and coy and everything in my subconscious. They were like, well, I know you feel like you're sparing them, but they're actually losing out as well. And this is what you guys both signed up for. You signed up for this role in their experience as did they. And once you actually instigate that moment or that scene, then they'll actually eventually maybe even learn how to remember that that's what you guys are here to do and play their role accordingly. Sorry, y'all. I already foresaw this particular part showing up. Bear with me, y'all. 2 secs. This is an incoming. Yes, guys, it's so funny because even coming into the space today, that same person who called, the guy told me that that person was going to call anyways. So it was going to be interesting to me to see when it actually like played out. So that was funny. That was funny catching up to that timeline and experiencing that moment. But yeah, when you receive the downloads, you're doing a disservice to others as well because they need this information. And unfortunately, there is a firewall in their subconscious that is not permitting them to be able to receive the download consciously. And they may find themselves negating circular patterns, and the information that you could provide could potentially be life changing. So that's why that's actually more of a, for lack of a better way of putting it, I'm sorry to say that too. It's more of a little bit of a cop out because that's what they say to me when they keep it true. They're like, you're copping out. They're like, get your big girl pants on, be brave, put on your spirit of bravery, and find your voice of courage. I'm like, oh my god, I can't do it. So I'm gonna tell you what they tell me, girl. Okay, put your voice of courage on and find your heart of bravery to be able to deliver these insights as and when they come through, because it's very, very significant to a person's transition. Trust me. Hey, Chaley girl. I hope you are doing good too. It does. I had been receiving downloads intuitively, and since I'm not acting on it, I feel physically affected by all of it and also suffering health wise. Constant headaches that just doesn't go away. No, because you've got constant downloads. Can you imagine all the downloads that's just sat there on your crown, unshared? Like they haven't had an outlet. Like, do you know what I mean? And they're not even yours. That's the worst part of it. Like that was the thing that was the game changer for me. That's when I started. I'm like, listen, this ain't even mine. I'm not even gonna take this stuff. Like this is gonna like, take up a lot of storage and bandwidth. So you don't want to do that because a lot of this stuff isn't even for you. Do you know what I mean? Like a lot of the stuff that's for you, obviously, once you start to like you start to navigate those things and you listen and you take heed and you act accordingly to the things that the downloads that are coming through for you in terms of your assignments. Those things, those files, they naturally get archived. They naturally move themselves into the appropriate filing. But for the downloads that are just sat there, and eventually, like, you may not be consciously observing them, but subconsciously they're still sat there taking up storage, basically. I want to say a lot of what I feel, but I don't. And I do sense how much those bottled up energies have affected me. Yeah, girl, you don't want to do that. Shaylee sent a donation as well. I'm going to check your donation as well. Beautiful. I feel like even if I deliver it, they would never understand. And I'm going to say this to you. You're right there. Okay. But in the essence, so basically you're getting the download because their teacher, essentially, like, we're in this game of life, right? And we're students and teachers, right? And their guides, essentially, they're their teachers as well. They're their teachers of life. They guide and teach about the different elements and aspects of life on all different layers of existence of life, right? So when their teacher isn't able to get through to them, and then they're taking a vessel into the space to be able to deliver that message as the messenger, it's then down to you to be able to actually deliver the message. Now, I'm going to say this: truth hits a different way just like lies hit a different way. You know, when somebody's lying, even when you try to give them the benefit of the doubt, your body is literally screaming, oh my God, did they just lie to me like that? Nah, right? But you still say I love them anyways type thing, right? That's the way you rationalize that lie. But with instances where, you know, you're trying to deliver the truth, you have to basically be intentional on how you land said truth, right? And it has to be intentional about how it is received and not just necessarily wanting to deliver the information. You have to be tactful and tactile in how you actually sort of like how that lands, because truth hits a different way, okay? Because it hits the ego, it bruises the ego into transformation, transitionally speaking. So you kind of have to navigate through the process like it's a spiritual surgery, whether it's on a mental plane of existence or it's something that you need to speak to a person in terms of their emotional behaviors on certain situations or whatever it may be, right? So that's just something you need to be mindful of. Much needed words. I need to be brave enough, a voice of courage. Yes, because those are the two components basically that will transition you from the shy personality type that is receiving the download and is basically holding back from the delivery. The shy person doesn't know how to deliver the information. You're absolutely right. They will get a response where the other person does not know how to respond to it because they don't understand. But the brave heart and the voice of courage actually knows how to deliver that information in a way where they become an agent of truth. And in the delivery of that truth, it lands respectfully in a way where it can be retained as transformational information. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you for the question. Actually, it's so funny that my friend's call, my friend Nadia, it's funny that her call came through during your reading request because I wasn't sure when her call was going to come through as well. So this was probably what they were pre-preparing me for. They were probably, because that was the only information I came back with, knowing that she was going to call, but I couldn't recall what moment she was going to call in. So clearly they were going to be having some sort of verbiage with you in terms of something like, now you're about to go into your initiation. Now, girl, I have to share this with you. Now you're about to go into your initiation. If you allow these things to flow, just be mindful that the process too of this, okay, with great power comes great responsibility. Sounds very cliche, but it's the truth, right? You are now going to be responsible for so much because, like I said, as you start to activate and you start to deliver and share and all of those types of things, other guys will know, hey, Mina, she's the girl. We can go to her to be able to deliver. She's actually a viable candidate. She's going to be aligned enough to know this person to be able to deliver this information or this truth or whatever. She's already in the like orbit or whatever, right? Within your soul tribe group and cluster. So just be mindful of that too, because that's a part of the process, I guess. Many are called, few are chosen. And when I say chosen, it's like we have to do a choosing as well. Like there's a lot of guides that calls out to their human, and when they don't get through to their human for whatever subconscious blockers they have, they also call out into the collective, and then it's up to us to like actually answer the calling as well. And that's when we become chosen, because we chose that timeline, thereby choosing the people that also need our help, thereby actually being delivered as the agent, being chosen as the messenger. It's a whole thing out there in the Akashic. Like, trust me, the metrics on it is crazy. But yeah, exactly. Sometimes when I can't find the words, I ask, please, can you help me? I don't, sometimes even when they give me certain downloads, I'm like, nope, no. You know where that person is. They've given me certain downloads for people in my life where I'm like, no, you know where that person is. I can't deliver that. you deliver that to them firstly, right? In whatever context you can deliver it to them, and then let them come to me. When they come to me to ask a question, that will soften the blow. So this is something that you can also do as well, Mina. If you receive a download and you feel like, okay, that's too loaded, I can't unpack that issue on my own for this individual. What I need you to do is to make them more receptive and susceptible to the likelihood of receiving what I have to say on this. So then the guides can go and give them whatever dream, talk to them, whatever level of existence, they can actually deliver some sort of message to them, so that that person can then come to you to start having dialogue, to let you know that they're ready for whatever it is that you have to deliver to them. And then you know that it's your time to basically, like, that's my cue, let me jump on messenger mode and deliver what's been coming through to me for you so far. That part. Okay, so that's a little hack right there. Right, Miss Green, I think that yeah because sometimes I'm like, you know, that person ain't gonna be able to receive anything like that. You know that their mind is thing. So can you warm them up for me, please? Thank you. Miss Green did put her question out there. Okay, there we go. May I have an update on Ricky's thoughts and feelings for me? Are you still here, Miss Green? Because I'm about to go into the question process for you. Shaylee, I am going to check as well for your donation. My bad, girl. I did say right. They said that I needed to go back and check. Oh. Okay, we've got the donation as well from Shaylee. Damn it, all to hell. I can't with you. Interesting questions on past videos from Asan. What does that mean, Asan? What questions from everyone sort of coming in? Because they listen, my little YouTube posse, they come with the bars, okay, when it comes to these questions. That's what I love. Like, they proper give me, like, I get excited to come in and like dive into stuff with you guys. How is everyone? Well, I is good, Shady. I'm getting there anyways, for the most part. I still feel like I need to do a good little stretch. Like, since my surgery, right, it feels like energy doesn't flow through like my body in the same way. I'm still kind of like optimizing to this new version, I guess, of my avatar, because I had already adjusted that version as, I guess, ill, because that's what they would consider it, even though I just thought I had some stuff that I had going on. Okay, sorry, let's see. Updates about Ricky's feelings. Let's start there. Let's cleanse all the cards. Firstly, whilst the incense is literally about to finish up its job. So let's do that. Right. Last deck. There we go, guys. Last deck, last little bit. Gimme. Yes. I think I did this one as well, right? Yeah. So just giving a final little cleanse, keeping the energy with us on the cards as we kind of like move through the space, right? Because that's it, the intention of the space, using the incense. So drawing forth the last little energy of that. Okay. All right, guys, let's start with Ricky's thoughts about Miss Green. Let's start there. What are Ricky's thoughts about Miss Green? Make it very clear, please. Thank you. Hmm. Interesting. Natasha, sorry, beautiful. The list is closed. Your question was put on pause. That's good. I'm glad that it was useful for you, Mina. I'm glad that you're back, Miss Green. So that's what's up. I'm glad that you're still in the house with us because obviously I'm about to unpack your cards as well. That's why I wanted to check in the chat to make sure that you're here. I can't do it with Chaley. I'm gonna ask you, watch your words, lady. Look at her. I was gonna say, thank you, beautiful. Definitely. Because my solar plexus is it's moving mad. It's moving mad, Chaley. Okay. So I'm gonna unpack Miss Green's question, and then we're gonna kind of like move through the space from there, right? So in terms of his thought process, right? What I was seeing on the cards is that he felt like it seemed like he was avoiding taking on too much responsibility when it comes to. So it may be a little bit of a case of him kind of like not necessarily doing things that I don't want to say he used to do, but just things that it felt like that was just a part of the dynamics that you guys had. Um, it seems as though like his thought process on the situation, because that's what's kind of like that's how it's showing up in terms of his behavior, right? That's what's happening in terms of his actions. But his thought process on the situation with the two of you guys is just being a little bit like all nonchalant about just the way that like these eruptions are actually sort of like showing up. So when I say these eruptions, it feels like you guys have gone through like a recent triggering sort of like situation, right? That's caused a little bit of it's like this thing, this discussion that isn't necessarily being spoken about, but it's kind of being spoken about with like the body language and the emotional. It's like emotional misaffairs, like things just seems to be all over the place emotionally speaking. So even though there's feels like there's something that you guys are all like trying not to speak about, but you guys are kind of speaking about it indirectly from your body language anyways, if that makes sense. Let me know if that makes sense, Miss Green. But it seems as though as far as like his thought process on the situation is that yeah 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 look, he seems to be all nonchalant about the situation, but I think he actually feels like he's kind of low key avoiding taking on too much. And I think that that's his thing. Like, he doesn't want to say or kind of like commit to something that he just knows he's not necessarily there for in terms of where he's at in life, in terms of where he's at circumstantially speaking, just what he can do emotionally speaking. I don't think he necessarily has the emotional capacity for a relationship like full blown at the minute, if I'm honest. And I think that that's really the thing that he's kind of like taking into consideration, which is why he's not really wanting to give you like that full blown yes. Like, for who you are, as you are, and all of those factors of the situation, right? He likes you for all intents and purposes, and he likes the idea of being in a relationship with you, but he does know that you guys being able to take that step, it does actually change a lot of the dynamics in terms of how you guys engage with each other and what that may mean. And I think also for him as well, like he he's had his own heartbreaks as well. So I think that he's kind of like cautious about like just fully just committing to something. right? And he doesn't necessarily want to put you in a position where he may disappoint you because he's not ready, and in turn disappoint himself. I think that at the minute he's kind of pouring away at some of his disbelief in relationships. Yeah, hurt by his past relationships. I think that obviously, how can I put it? Like in past relationships, he experienced abandonment issues. That's something that he questions getting into other relationships as well. I don't know if you guys have like had like much open dialogue about past relationships and stuff like that, but he's still, I guess, in a state of processing when it comes to certain things, as far as past relationships, and basically being able to keep them exactly where they are in terms of where they manifested, timeline speaking wise, right, in the past. Because sometimes he doesn't talk about it. It sucks. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I think that it's just not necessarily something that he's all the way comfortable talking about, I guess. I don't know. It's one of these things, like sometimes, I don't want to say all the times, but majority of the times, because emotion isn't respected for men, they think that I guess that means not necessarily speaking about any emotions altogether. But I mean, for women, this is how we make decisions, I guess, because we are attuned and in tune with our emotions in that sense, even when it's the crazy woman syndrome manifesting. I mean, emotions move us. That's just the way it is. But yeah, I think he's kind of like internalizing some of those issues as well. He does have some abandonment wounds that he's still nursing, I guess, subconsciously speaking, because this is still impacting the way that he's making decisions, leading into something new with you. So yeah, that's his thoughts on the situation. He sees the potential, but he's not necessarily willing just yet already. I guess he's still working through some stuff. Feelings wise, where is Ricky in terms of his feelings towards Miss Green? Okay. Okay. Sorry. Clarify for me. What does this mean? Make it super clear. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. I think he was navigating through some confusion, I guess, in terms of whether or not he wanted to be able to commit to the situation. What's the dynamic between you guys at the minute? Are you guys in any sort of communication at all? Because what I'm seeing with the situation is communication is pretty minimal at this point. What's the communication? Where you guys at? Yeah, yeah, thought so. I don't think that Ricky is going to give what you want, beautiful. I'm just going to keep it troll with you. I think that I guess he's not necessarily ready just yet, and I don't know how much do you have the patience, what do you have the grace of patience to pay to the situation, because that's what it's going to require. Do you have the grace of patience to give? Let me ask you that question. If he can communicate it, probably. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. What do you guys advise Miss Green to do with the situation with Ricky? But right now I'm in the dark and don't even know his feelings. Yeah, I don't think that he's I don't think he's clear about what he actually does feel for you anyways, to be honest with you, my love. That's why I'm asking these questions, because I think that he's still navigating through a process of indecision. And I don't think that you'll find any sort of commitment from him anytime soon. Yeah, I think he would have to get his state of affairs together, emotionally speaking, to actually even give you, I guess, what it is that you're looking for at the minute. He's not the best in terms of communication class. He's not really excelled at that class per se. And you're going to struggle to be able to get dialogue flowing with him. So that's something that you need to take into consideration as well, with the situation. I don't necessarily think that he's going to give much, because from what I'm seeing on the cards, right, it seems as though there's definitely like a lot of scattered energy, a lot of scattered thoughts in terms of his feelings towards you. And there's complete disregard for your feelings, in essence, when it comes to that. There's no consideration of how the lack of communication at the down times when it's silent may make you feel. It's just kind of like he's not necessarily at that place just yet where he actually even cares. That's the best way that I can put it, because care is really the thing that allows for you to tune into another person's emotions, and make decisions accordingly from that place of care. But he's not necessarily even there just yet where I can say that he actually like fully cares. I think that he likes you. I think that there's an attraction. But I think that there's still some building blocks that he needs to do, emotionally speaking, to even have the emotional depth and capacity to get to that place of care for you. That's just me being honest with you, beautiful. He still has some work to do there. And I think for yourself in the situation as well, um, you'll be able to get some clarity on the situation with Ricky. They're saying to me a year from now. So I guess this is one of those situations that is kind of like left on a cliffhanger, unfortunately, to kind of like play out. But really, you'll get like full clarity of this situation. A year, girl, you're telling me? Snap. Um, but yeah, they said a year. Like looking at the cards, they're saying a year. Why this is as well? It's not to say that he's going to be in the space for like a full year from now or anything like that. Let me just make that clear to you. What it basically means is that you're navigating through a process with Ricky that may bring you clarity a year from now. And he may be the catalyst to said clarity that you'll receive a year from now. They're just kind of saying, as far as like the guidance for you, is to really sort of like me dictate on the answers. Like he's showing you where he's at emotionally speaking. He's showing you, so no communication for a year. Yeah, no, it's a wrap. Basically speaking. And like I said, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to kind of like accept these standards for the full context of a whole year. It just means that a year from now, that's where you're going to get your full clarity on what this class did in terms of reshaping your perspective on certain things and how you treat situations moving forward. So yeah, that part. But yeah, final parting message. Why not? Okay, thank you. Yeah. Me dictate on the answers. They're saying like in this situation, it's not up to you. And what they mean when I said why not, I was basically asking why. Why is it not up to her in terms of the dynamics of the situation? Because they're saying that there has to be a peaceful resolution. She wants what she wants, but he's not optimized enough to be able to give her what she wants. And eventually she's going to have to make a decision on the situation. And that will be the peaceful resolution. And that peaceful resolution will be that it is not up to her to make the decision that this is her person, it's ultimately speaking, because they're not there yet, unfortunately. So, yeah. Sorry, beautiful. I'm just a messenger. But I hope that that was useful for you. Okay? That part. All right, guys. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you for stopping in and sharing. What do we got? I think we've got Shaylee next from the donation list, and then we're going to get back to the free list and kick it off with Sam. I don't know who we still have in the room, but Shaylee, yes, girl, give me your question. Lay it on me. I felt like that was choking me there for a minute. Oh, okay, yes, you did say Daniel. What about Daddy Boy? What do we want to know about Daddy Boy? Answers. Shaylee, that is so abstract. You know that they'll just give you a whole bunch of ish for that. Let's get your money's worth, girl. Right. So why is he coming back? Did he ever care? Oh, yes to the care. Yes to the care. I think his demons got the better of him in the instance with you, right? Sorry. She says with her little water mustache. Yeah. Why in the fall haven't I started? We'll go to the cards, girl. I can't with you. I can't with you, Shaylee. Okay, so we'll start with Daniel and unpack that. Let's start there, guys. Why is he coming back? Why is he coming back? Let's be clear on this. Why is Daniel coming back? What do you see in terms of like that big why for him? Like, what's his why? Oh, will he come back is the question. Okay. Okay. Will he come back? Did he ever care? There was a care. There was a care. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. His demons just got the best of him, man. It happens to the best of us. You know how it goes, Shady girl. Shit. We self-sabotage like a mofo. It's a human thing. Sorry, I'm gonna get the card because it fell. Oh. Okay. Okay. How was my week? Oh, my week was intense. Yes, I saw it happening. What did you see the card when it fell? Yeah, the week was intense. I there was like spirits moving through my home during this week as well. So I'm gonna have to do a I'm gonna have to do an exorcism. Oh, it's too intense. I feel like this Virgo. Oh yeah, your Virgo rising as well, girl. How's that been treating you? Because my Virgo rising's been doing the most for this Virgo full moon. That's just when like I'm literally like I'm having to like give warnings with I'm having to like put things out there and be like, look, my demons doing this or my demons prepping on that. Like I'm having to give heads up because yeah. Yeah. yeah, my primitive nature is not joking at the minute. Let's say that, because that's what the demons are. They're just our defense mechanisms, really. It's just our primitive nature activated. But they've been doing the most at the minute. I've been feeling so rattled. This week has been a week of triggers, and I've had to sit and laugh whilst I'm being triggered, because God is finding life so funny at the minute, and I'm just having to find his sense of humor in the midst of it, which was very, very, you're losing your shit, girl. I'm like, oh my God, God, this is not funny. This is not funny. This ain't it. This is not it. I do not want to play this game today. No. But unfortunately, we do have to navigate through it. That part. The week has been pretty intense, though. I've navigated through, I guess, finance class with work, because I'm a freelancer, and just obviously steakhouse will transpire a lot of debts as well. So I definitely sat that class during this week as well. So there was a lot of pressure that was being applied, but I sat in rested state, knowing that like God is basically, like, I could see that God was basically testing me. And when he was seeing that I wasn't necessarily giving the response of like old me, and it was like, okay, she has actually changed, then it became funny, right? Then it became like, oh, I see that she's changed. Hey, Khalees. I hope you're good, my love. I'm going to get fired, so I'm going I'm going to a rave tonight and work at 6. I can't with you. I cannot with you. Listen, I've been so isolated, no one around to give warnings to. It's a desert. Marco! Oh my God. But yeah, I actually forgot your question, Shaylee. Let me go back and look. I went off on such a tangent. My bad. Daniel. Oh no, the card actually came out. Oh, yes. That part, right? That part. There's only a one-time only experience as Shaylee. So exactly that, girl. Carpe diem indeed. Right. So what they're saying is, okay, so I asked, obviously initially at the time I did ask kind of like, why necessarily would he be coming back in? But obviously we're going to have to unpack that, right? Lol. Love it. Another UK reader. Only found 2 so far. Yeah, man, we scared. I don't know what's going on. There's a lot of us, but I guess we're also still pretty scarce in these streets. Listen, these UK streets are just adapting to consciousness, getting into these vibrations. So that part. If you did find another one, let me know their name, because I'm like, so far, I don't know of any in the UK. No, I do. Let me not lie. I do. No. It's mostly in the States, to be fair, that I see the readers. So yeah, that part as well, right? And if there is a goddamn fetus in me, I'm getting it out before confirmation of that comes. Girl, listen. Oh, is that what the rave is for? Is that what the rave is for? So this is an interesting thing, right? Now that, sorry, off topic, but on topic at the same time, right? So what happens as well, like those spirits as well that don't actually get to come here, like they put you in contracts with demons as well. How about that? Like they basically put you in contracts with demons that continue to perpetuate death in your life, basically. So you directly have impacts and ties with the suicide demon with those types of dynamics as well. So for people out here who thinks that abortion is the end of a reality potentially, right? I'm just putting it out there because like the floor is open for these types of discussions. Generally speaking, I never know what's okay to kind of speak on, and you guys give me cues, right? Because I really do actually want to start putting a lot of this information out there as content, and eventually I'm going to take all of these information back and actually like put them in little snippets so that I can actually utilize and repurpose the content, because there's a lot of valuable information that I sort of like genuinely have chit chat with you guys about. But It's your channel, honey. That part. But it's one of those things, right? With the whole, like, a lot of the times people, because there's so many souls, like there's so many souls out there, like in the unbirthed realm of reality. And when I go into that, like, and I start speaking to souls out there, or souls out there start speaking to me, and I'm like, oh, why aren't you here? They're like, oh, well, my mommy had this situation, or my daddy had that situation, and then they're like, oh, but this is how they're paying for it. So this is what people don't. This is what people need to take into consideration as well, right? Because everything has a price, and those decisions come with a very great consequence as well. So that part as well, because I know we spoke about Liam as well. And even with that situation, that comes with its own, like, grave consequences as well. That's why I said to you, like, there's a situation where I had an abortion when I was 19. Yeah, well, this is the thing. Look at that. I literally just, I'm like, ooh, like, this is the thing. So what I just said to you there, like, when the abortions basically happen, so what it does, it basically ties us into contracts with the spirit of death, basically. And then the spirit of death, especially when they can't take us out because it's not necessarily our time, what they do, it ties us into contracts with the suicide demon instead. So a lot of the times when we automatically go into depression, the suicide demon shows up trying to take payment for certain shit, basically. So it's a very slippery slope, because we think in those instances it's like, okay, I'm not ready, I'm gonna, like, navigate the situation in this way. I already had a contract with that I can't with Jaylee. I really can't. And I didn't believe in them before I made that decision. Oh, well, see, that's the thing as well. This is the thing. And this is what I learned about abortions as well. Because I was like, well, damn, well, why did you? Because this is me, right? When I go out into spirit realm, I will sit there and actually have conversations with spirits to learn. Like, this is where you get the most insightful information as well. So I was like, so damn, well, like, why would your mom do that then? If that was a situation, or if she knew that that was a consequence, like, why would she ever do that? And then the soul will say to me, like, oh, well, we had that contract as well before I kind of, like, came in. I was never going to be like an actual, like, surviving soul, but I needed to do that to be able to trigger the series of events that's going to basically tie them into certain contracts that they're going to have to figure out how to break. So it again serves a purpose in essence, because, like, even the demons and the shadows, they are considered the necessary evil, right? Because those are the necessities for the growth, if you will. Some babies are also not meant to be born. Their purpose is fulfilled while just in the womb. Exactly that, girl, exactly that. They were like, yeah, this is just something that I needed to be able to sort of, like, do. So now I've basically tied my parents up in whatever, like, contracts that they're going to have to unfold, so that they can become who God's basically designed them to be. And I was just a natural catalyst in the process of that. So that, like, literally was oh, that's okay, beautiful. Thank you for letting me know, because I see you putting it out there a few times. Thank you, beautiful. I have pinned the list. Thank you, my love. Yes, and Chaylee's here, so don't worry. Chaylee's definitely gonna be assisting as well with it before she heads off to the rave. She got plenty of energy, girl. She just getting activated, if anything. But thank you so much, Mina. And I'm sure that your guides are going to kind of have an unfolding with you about the discussions that we had tonight as well. Thank you, beautiful. I receive your prayers. Let me just bask in that for a second, y'all. Let me receive the downloads of that, because I definitely want to be consumed by all of that awesomeness. I love any prayers that's over my life, man. Yeah. Oh, why are you sad though? Hold on, sorry. So I'm gonna go back to the Daniel question as well. I'm forcing myself to go. Do you know what? I had that situation yesterday where there was, like, literally, my sink is still blocked, y'all. My toothpaste lid fell down my sink and clogged my sink. How about that? Like, whatever spirit that was trying to hold me in the house yesterday. Then I broke my scale. like my actual weighing scale, because it was glass, and I have to say was glass because it is now broken glass. Okay. That part. So yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely an interesting girl. When you get out there, you're gonna have a lit time and experience. This is just like the challenge for you, but definitely be cognitive whilst you're out there, because I did have a really lit time. And then my ass had to drive home, so I had to be alert and together. Okay. Crazy. My mirror broke a couple of weeks ago, girl. I'm telling you. One more to come. Then as comes in 3. Yeah. That part. I think there's already something else that's actually happening. My washing machine was already gone, so my tumble dry isn't as dry as it needs to be. Mine come in 20s. I'll call with you, Cheney. Well, girl, listen. Tell God that you're lessening your tolerance levels, okay? Because He gives you what you can handle, girl. Tell Him you're downsizing your tolerance cap. Oh, and by Him, you guys know what I mean. It never sits well with me when I say that, but you guys know what I mean when I say Him, okay? The omnipotent presence, okay? That's what I mean. I don't mean this random person just sat in the sky like a pervert watching us. Sorry, I don't mean it like that. I'm just saying. I just don't think that story, I don't know why like that story gets blown out there like it's such a great story, but it just sounds like a random like pervert sat in the sky watching us as humans. But yeah, it's not like that. Not that reality, but I mean like the reality of the omnipotent presence, okay? He is though. He laughs at that. That's the thing, right? I'm like that part too. But yes, Shaylee, let's dive into your question, beautiful, because we literally like went so far off tangent. But let's come back, okay? That part. I went to a little dance event yesterday as well. That was lit. I was seeing all the little young folks doing their thing, and I was like, oh my God, I remember the days. But it's been a minute. But I hope you go out and enjoy yourself, Shaylee. Don't worry about like whatever else is going on, vibrationally speaking. Elevate your vibration, okay, girl? Okay. Dance is therapy. I actually really love it. I do my own little soppy dancing, and my dad's always laughing at me because I do interpretive dancing, and I actually use dance sometimes. I'm going to teach this eventually as well. I use dance actually to set spells and intentions sometimes. That sounds weird, but it's the truth. There are certain songs. You guys know that music obviously carries energy, right? And sometimes there are certain things that the energy is like it's activated and charged inside of my body, like by receiving the vibrations of certain songs, like Naked by LMA. I utilize that actually. I utilize Naked by LMA. And I did like an interpretive dance and like really just charged my energy to be able to like assist me in being able to shed the layers of my shy personality, really being able to be comfortable and confident in my authentic representation of myself. I utilized it when I was like dancing and setting the intentions and really just casting spells. I was basically like weaving myself out of my contracts with the spirit of doubt that was basically over me, that was casting a shadow over me, so that I wasn't able to feel comfortable in the nakedness of my true being and self and all of that kind of stuff. So like, listen, dancing is definitely therapeutic, but intentionally speaking as well, it's actually also very, very like, it's the art of shifting vibration, like physically speaking, because sometimes you might have a thought process, right? Dancing for me then actually already exerts the energy and puts the energy out there. It's like a kiss of that energy out there into the universe. That's kind of like how I use it. But eventually I'm going to do classes and stuff like that in the future. That's like what God's working on with me, right? on literally how to be able to sort of like do these things and actually utilize it for the manifesting process as well. So yeah. People try to tell me that I am at a low vibration, and I'm just like, STFU, you know nothing, imbeciles. I dance my ass off and don't care about anyone around me. That part, girl. Like, it's actually one of those situations where I can feel, for me, so for me personally, I can sense my shadows. I don't dismiss them. I never tell myself that they're not there or say that I'm above them or anything like that, because then that's just going to hurt their feelings even more. But when I do sense them, so I sense my shy voice, and I also sense my empowered voice and my brave heart that wanted to be able to kind of like speak up cognitively as well. So I knew that in order for me to get from shy self to brave voice, I had to go through a process. And that was something, even now, like me having certain conversations with people and giving people warnings about some of the demons that are back there basically plotting for them. I'm like, shit, at least I gave you a warning. They don't know out. Dancing is freedom. Life is a lesson. Embrace the learning. Definitely, man. Definitely. Definitely. 100%. I think they're asking me to sort of like get back into the space as well. Sorry, y'all. They're asking me to get back into the space to understand it is power. 100%, 100%. But we're definitely going to dive into those context and dialogue, guys, like 100%, because trust me, there's so many layers and tools that we have for manifesting that they're not necessarily being used for the art form that they are in the process of manifesting and stuff like that. So we're definitely going to be having some really, really intentional conversations moving forward. Right. So, Chaley, what we're going to do, we're going to dive into. So when I asked the previous question, which was why would Daniel sort of like be coming back in, they were sort of like saying that it's about being stealthy with communication, or at least trying to be stealthy with communication. I know that he's on BlockTube, but obviously you guys aren't necessarily in communication or anything at the minute, are you guys? Because it seems like there's still a shutdown in terms of communication per se. Chelly said, however, I am the fact that I wake up every day and still try after my things I've been through means I am never and will never be at a low vibration. I don't and will never need to explain that to people. Unselfish attentions. Unselfish, and Kelly said unselfish attentions will help manifestation. Definitely, 100%, 100%. Because that was the thing. I was like trying to, what kept happening was that my voice, my shy self, was a manifestation of like the projections of other people, or the people pleasing, basically. That's where the shy voice manifested itself from. You may not be at a low vibration, speaking in terms of your consciousness, Chaley. It's just one of those things. The body responds to situations the way that the body responds to situations. It's just a fact. Certain things hit the human the way that it hits the human, and then because we don't experience life like this. That's not how life works. Life works like this. It's a wave. So naturally, the is supposed to be the, you know what I mean? So we can ride the waves and like really get into the surfing of it all. But I hear you 100%. Obviously, it's good that your consciousness is definitely keeping and maintaining its high vibes. Your body's being impacted nonetheless by the process of everything that you navigate through. That's why there's things said like I'm surviving, or like just the banter and feedback. That's your human having like humor with the experience of it all, but it gets impacted as well. I think what they're saying as far as the Daniel situation as well, because they're asking me to sort of like get back into it and unpack it. They're saying that as far as the will he ever respond, or not necessarily respond, like will he come back into the space? You've been sent back for a reason. Oh, what's going on? Oh shit, there's stuff that was going on in the chat. Sorry. Guys, when my time comes, should I ask about me working at the gas station, or should I ask about the manager that I had? a crush on? Question one or question two? I can't with you. I can't with you, Ariana. Whatever tugs on your heartstrings. What's the most imminent on your heartstrings? Where are we? You seem to be an old soul. Oh yeah, no, I am a little bit of an old soul. That's why I like this little avatar. She's a good little ship to get around in, to be fair. You've been sent back for a reason, yeah. I'm like this particular, I guess, state of consciousness got like I'm at least like I'm light years, I guess, ahead as far as like the consciousness that got sent back here. I remember as well when I got shifted out of the body, like this is a soul swap basically. Like I went through the whole ascension process. Yeah, I can't even explain it to you guys, but yeah. This is now this body, because my partner, he checks in with me half the time. He's like, is it Shakim? I'm like, I am now. Shit. In there half the time. But yeah, the soul that's here now is from like technically the year 3300 plus, basically. And they're just kind of like trying to share the experience of it all. I'm really deciding about the manager. I have so much on my mind. Yes, I see it. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you, girl. Thank you. So, and then I wonder how my new friends would be that part too, because definitely God is definitely upping the ante on the friendship classes and the scripts that he's putting out there for those classes. They're definitely interesting at this time. So you definitely have to think about that. For sure. Shaylee, getting back into your question, my love. So sorry that we like completely sort of like went off topic, but what they were sort of like saying in terms of the dynamics with Daniel, right? Will he sort of like come back into the dynamics? No. This is kind of like him basically unblocking you, as him being stealthy to kind of like check the temperature and see. Have you managed to reach out? I just want some friends. They weren't really my friends. Yeah, those are some of the scripts that are playing out in the friendship classes as well. He did. I ignored it. Yeah, that was the whole thing. He was actually just checking the temperature to see what he can do to sort of like come back into the space. And if you had let that demon in, he would have stayed. Okay, so I want to put that point across. And again, we all have our own demons. I'm not here to judge anybody's demons, because trust me, when my demons voila, I'm like, girl, you could have delivered that a little bit better. Okay. Your message was lost in translation. So I'm not like judging his demons, because shit, I'm human too. But I think the thing about the situation is he was checking the temperature to see if there was basically an in, because he was going to utilize that to manipulate his way back into the situation and come back into the space. Just out of curiosity, because you've asked, right? Why didn't you respond? Because you've been asking about him recently. So if he's kind of like checked in, why didn't you respond? Just so that I can understand where you are cognitively sort of like having the experience with him. Yeah. I would respond. He ignored me. Oh, you did, and he ignored it. Okay, sorry. That was my dyslexia. My bad, girl. That's been happening to me all week as well. I'm having to actually like check myself before I wreck other people's wording and verbiage. My bad, girl. He ignored me. Thank you. I got a report and said we are pretty much perfect for each other. In what context? Because you do realize as well that perfect for each other sometimes means that you guys share the same demons as well, which means that it makes it a little bit tricky to kind of like navigate through certain things. I'm putting this across because these are things that has to be taken into considerations, right? One of the connections we have is a connection that is less than 1% of the population. See, those types of odds, right, means that it is also a challenge to actually be able to maintain. So these things, obviously, the positive of it is the fact that it's a one in the drastic population of the collective. But it also means it takes that level of work to actually be able to kind of like make it work. So that's also a part of those types of dynamics. It's kind of like a double-edged sword, if you will, a double entendre, really, because on one end of the spectrum, it's like, yes, this is like so good. Why are all my soulmates weak ass bitches? Oh my god, they're not. Do you know what? I think one of the things is the demons, I guess, that they sort of like have by the time you have to bear in mind, right? You yourself have been through so much, right? So much. And you know where you are in terms of like your vibrational setting and who you are at this point. You're navigating through your process consciously, right? So whoever the universe is going to align you with, they would have had to go through drastically significantly just as much in life to be able to build and shape their character so that they are somehow a vibrational match to yourself as well. And in space of them being able to do that, those types of realities that, you know, those potential partners that have experienced would have traumatized the hell out of them. So by the time they get to you, they come in with like some serious demons, girl. I can't lie. They come in with some serious demons by then. So I think that those are some of the issues or challenges that you navigate through or find yourself navigating through. Because then when those demons wear their ugly heads, it's like, damn, like what the hell am I supposed to do with this shit now? So I'm just screwed and should plan my cat ladinessness. Oh, girl, no, it's not like that. I think it's just one of those things where you actually eventually find somebody who has gone through a significant like process of being optimized by life's challenges, right? Because these were the things that forced them to be able to grow into who God intended for them to be. You want him. Okay. 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 What do you guys advise Shaylee to do on the Daniel situation? Thank you. Oh, ay. The fact that I'm even dating is a miracle. I got ghosted by 7 people in a row last year. That was a fun test, girl. Tell me about it. God is on another level with the humor. Since 2020, he's been doing the most with the humor at our expense. What does this mean? Put it into context. And still trying. Making it through it, keeping my self-esteem intact. Exactly that. Exactly that. And still trying that part. That part. Oh. What do you think were some of the factors of triggering the dynamics as well with Daniels? Because this is another thing as well. Like each one of these come in as a different catalyst for different reasons to come in. Honestly speaking, on the Daniel situation, they are saying no. All right, I just want to show you the card directly for yourself because I asked like what's your advice on the Daniel situation. They're saying obviously this no situation, it's a perfect time for the things that are coming, I guess, to fruition in the next few weeks. And again, that's another thing that we have to take into consideration. Every closed door is a window of opportunity, sort of like moving ahead, right? They're saying the no is a necessity over the course of the next few weeks because there's a perfect timing of better situation or a better dynamic, sort of like coming into place, a better gathering. That's the best way that I can put it, a better gathering. Mm. What can I ask you this, beautiful? What were, yeah, gathering, as far as like you have like a new selection basically of primates to sort of select from within the next few weeks. So it's like a new gathering. Universally speaking, you'll be able to kind of like have your new picking again in the next few weeks. So this is a catalyst towards that situation. And I get you, but unfortunately that's where the situation's kind of at. With the Daniel situation, I'm trying to understand, what is it that you want? Help me understand that. What is it that you want? I'm sick of this fucking game with my heart. Yeah, when you say him, what is it that you want about him per se? You say him, but what is it that you want about him? So that I can understand the variables to the situation. Everything. Okay. Okay. Does that include, and I have to ask this question as well, does that include the very reason why you guys fell out in the first place? Because literally everything over here is like falling down and crashing. So I guess I should start bleeding soon then. Or am I having Leo twins? You're funny. You're funny. We didn't actually even ask about the situation, I guess, with the bleeding, the circumstances. What do you guys see happening with that as well? In what context? What does that mean? Clarify. What does that mean? Oh, thank you. Oh, why is that though? Let me pull these cards. Why is that? Make it clear. Sorry. Thank you. You just saw it. Oh, shit. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. I don't know if you are gonna get your period, girl. I don't know if you are gonna get your period, girl. Okay, so this is what they were showing me. So basically, initially when I asked about the period situation, and when I was like, "Oh, what do you see happening with the bleeding situation?" They said to me, "Success." I was like, "What do you mean by that? In what context? Put that into context for me. What does success mean?" They were like, "Unlikely with the bleeding situation." I was like, "Why? Why unlikely with the bleeding situation?" And then I got the Two of Cups and the Eight of Swords. Self-imposed restrictions based on attractions, relationship, and decisions made by attractions and relationships. I did. did. I did. I did. I did actually. I did. And I did say about the kids. I did say about the kids. That's what they whispered to me as well. I was thinking to myself when I saw the unlikely air with the situation, I was like, shit, is this what I spoke to her about last year? Shaylee girl. My bad. Shit, I'm getting hot. I'm getting hot. I can't even. Girl, I want to say sorry, but Yeah. Ouch. I don't even know what to say. It's so awkward. Oh my days. Chaley, girl. For real, that's how they playing with you. Oh my god. Sorry guys. Sorry. Sometimes I have responses when the timelines actually like catches up and stuff. Even though listen, even when you know the potential of reality, it's still like, oh my god, really? Yes. Okay. It's still like one of those moments for myself. We did say twins. Sorry, guys. Hold on. We're taking a minute to process. If there was adverts, we'd be going to adverts. Just imagine, cue adverts. Oh my days, girl. Snap. When did we have that conversation? Oh, snap. Chaley. Has that timeline caught up yet? Oh shit. Because I remember when I gave the I guess the prophecy to you, I did give a timeline as well. What was the timeline that was given? And was it like directly in correspondence to the Daniel situation as well? Sorry, a lot of the times I'm channeling this stuff, so I let them speak and flow through me. It's for you guys to actually like receive the information and take it, because a lot of this stuff gets distorted in my mind after the facts. But damn, girl, we didn't have a time. Okay. They just wanted to share the information because it was the inevitable. Okay. Damn. I kind of just know them. Hmm. Hmm. Damn, girl. What you gonna do? Sorry, guys. I'm literally having like a whole little. I kind of just knew though about him. What do you mean? What do you feel like you knew about him? I believe it was before I met him. Oh, snap. Okay, being the father, you knew that he was selected basically. Snap, girl. Snap. Shit. How do you feel? Like being in the timeline and experiencing the reality of it all now. Like, how do you feel with the circumstances at which this is manifesting? I took so many flying people. Oh, dude. Oh, snap. Hasn't hit me yet. Yeah. 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 I know. Sometimes I have delayed processing myself, to be fair. I'm like, I'm going to stick a pin in this one and come back to it. I don't really know what to say on the situation. I feel so awkward. We both have high sex drives. Yeah. Oh, dude. That was probably why he was selected as the most viable candidate for the situation, right? Because they need somebody that is at least going to be able to conduct the act, right? So I guess he was the most viable sort of like candidate for the situation. Hence, he was selected as dad. Dang, y'all. That's so. Honestly, I feel like he saw it too. Why'd you say that? Why'd you say that, beautiful? Why'd you say you feel like he saw it too as well? He is very powerful. I triggered an awakening for him. I definitely believe that, because the demons only show up when there's an awakening happening. The shadows are really there to just cloud the light, to kind of like bring the illusion to full focus. He's very psychic. Yeah, a conversation we had one night. Oh shit, that means Spirit Baby was talking to him too. Okay. Just hasn't stepped into it yet. Okay. Well, that seems to be a cliffhanger and to be continued situation. So definitely sort of like keep me posted with the unfolding of that, because they're saying that that shit's about to be successful, girl. Okay, and it is unlikely about the bleeding situation because of decisions that was made by two individuals in relationships. Okay, girl. Sorry. I'm just the messenger. It's always so awkward when there's like situations where it's like, oh my God, this is a life-changing event. Can you guys not casually just drop these things into conversation like that? This is life-changing. Shit. They say that it's definitely going to be a struggle with him. They say that it's definitely going to be. I didn't even get to finish like unpacking. I packed up everything. I'm sorry, Jaylee. I'm sorry, girl. I literally packed up everything. I got moving very quickly. I think it was the shock of everything and being where we are and them actually giving me such a direct reference or point of reference, because they were basically saying, right, they were saying that initially within the next few weeks was a perfect timing as far as a transition with that situation, as far as a transition with the no. They were saying that obviously I guess the situation has to develop. I guess with the pregnancy, the situation has to develop. Maybe he might actually step up to the plate if he's already been. Because I remember when I saw the whole reality for you as far as like an experience again and a child and life and all of these things, it was like, it was a more happier experience than you've experienced in the past, right? So maybe this is just his downtime to be able to go through his denial of the situation and denial of just himself when it comes to the way that, you know, situations have been handled and everything like that. So maybe there's just some downtime for that potentially, because they were saying that there's a few weeks of the no being a factor to the situation. At the bottom of the deck, when I pulled the cards, then there was a year from now. The card that was at the bottom of the deck was a year from now. So it was interesting to say that in the next few weeks, it is still more than likely like a no, to be fair, as far as him making some sort of grand entrance or sort of like revisiting this space with you. Potentially after a few weeks, you know, things might kind of like move because you'd be further along into your situation, or you guys' situation, I should say. And then maybe, I guess he might find it within himself to be able to step up. And the thing about it is if you're saying that, you know, Spirit Baby already started to prepare his ass as well, like inevitably he must be able to step up accordingly. So keep us posted on that one, beautiful. Definitely keep us posted on that one, because it seems like that situation. Because I remember even when I spoke to you about the kid situation, you basically rebuked it at the time, if I remember at the time as well, and it was like, no, that's not really a thing. So it's all just, yeah, it's all just playing out. But keep us posted, okay, beautiful. I'm definitely gonna, I guess, put some prayers. I know, you did, you did, you did, you did, you did. I guess, yeah. Keep me posted on everything, and let me know how everything kind of like transpires for you. You know. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna be putting some prayers out there for you guys and everything. You have been through enough. There's been a lot, I guess, that your poor little body is having to navigate through. Your humans navigating through so much. My PTSD, and that is involved with children. I can imagine. I cannot do it alone. I hear you on that. I hear you on that. I hear you on that. And when I saw it for you, I saw it as a team experience. I saw it as a situation where you have a partnership. I saw it as a situation where you have a like an actual like three parent family, a two parent sort of like home, sorry, in a three people family dynamic. not three people family dynamic, but you know what I mean. Like there was like two parents within the home with this situation, and that's how I actually sort of like saw it playing out. So potentially, I guess I'll say this to you as well. Potentially, he may just be the barrier to bring the child in, and there may be someone more equipped even as well. That's also another path with the situation, right? Somebody that's more equipped to be able to step up may actually present as that father figure to be able to play a certain part in their life and stuff. But I don't honestly, like, they're saying this is something that you're going to have to like allow to play out over the course of the next few weeks, unfortunately. And the reason why I say that is because they're saying that the no is basically going to be firm. It's going to be firm for the next few weeks. So that's something that is going to have to unravel. I want to say it can be anywhere to between 7 to 9 weeks. I think again for you, again, it's another situation where the next moon is a game changer for you as well. I think the next moon, not the next moon that we've got coming, but the moon after that. Sorry, they want me dead. Trust me, these spiritual warfare streets out here ain't fun. So I believe you when you say that. I believe you. I believe you when you say that. 100%. Um, yeah, it is. It absolutely is. But keep us posted on like how things actually transpires over the course of the next few weeks, the dialogue, I guess, that you guys are able to sort of like engage with and stuff like that. Just, yeah, I'm gonna definitely be praying on some clarity on the situation for you. I don't give them what they want. Not at all. Not at all. They're basically just trying to test to see um, what team are you for? You know, it's just one of those things. They know that you've been assigned here for a particular team, but they want to test you and see if you'll actually give out to the other team instead. So it's one of those. It's a part of the test, isn't it? Oh, Shaylee, beautiful. I'm definitely gonna put some prayers out there for you, my love. 100%. Like the verbiage as well. Um, can easily drawing, I guess, instances when you're sort of like navigating. I'm done with it. Girl, I do that. I do that at least once a week, and then I am met with the reality of reality. Okay, so good luck with that one as well. I'm like, Charlotte, I'm done, sis. I ain't taking this shit no more. I ain't doing it no more. They need to know. They need to know. And then I go through something and it's like, girl, yeah. Turns out I am gonna have to take the shit and sit the class and actually like pass the class to be able to move forward. That part. So I hear you. I'm gonna fail all the way. Oh, I tried that one as well. Oh my god. The way that I got penalized, the hit back for that one was definitely that's what I did. I did laugh about it, but it did like mess up my circumstances even worse. For a little piece, I had to like navigate through like bringing my circumstances back up, vibrationally speaking, to a place where the impact of like the collateral of that decision wasn't as detrimental. But yeah, I hear you. I hear you, girl. I hear you. I'm sending you so much positive vibes and some good intentions to navigate through it, because it seems like you're actually definitely sort of like being tested quite a bit. And I know there's nothing more they can do anymore. And I hear you on that, girl. I hear you on that. This shit. I feel like I've been through and sat through so many things until I feel like even when I say stuff like that, literally. So this is how quick it was. I came back with like my nail polish all like together, and I was like, oh, even with what happened with my thingy yesterday, with my toothpaste thing falling down the sink, it was like, oh, they were like, be careful about the toothpaste cap falling down the sink. I was like, that would never happen. That's not even a thing. Like, why would that happen? That's never happened to me before. As I'm thinking that thought that it would never happen because it's never happened to me before, there goes the toothpaste lid down the sink. When I was warned about, oh, mind that thingy, mind that mind the scales. And I was like, oh, well, don't worry about it. That's so far away from this situation. It's not even going to be able to be impacted by it. And it was like, okay, suit yourself. Bam, scales fallen, broken. That's it. So I think even for me, a lot of the times when I like have conversations with them about certain things that I'm not happy with, they remind me that they're also just doing a job, and their job is obviously to be able to provide us with the guidance. And some of us humans don't necessarily make it easy. That's what they tell me all the time. Some of us humans don't necessarily make it easy for them to be able to do their jobs as well. But these are the things that we signed up for before we got here. Then it's like we get here, we act a damn fool. That's what they said to me. Because my great grandmother, she keeps it like very, very chill with me. She's one of my I guess my main guides. And she's like, the way in which we kind of like navigate through situations, it's like we act like to say it's all hunky-dory for them as well, and it's so easy for them as well when they're sometimes dealing with, oh my god, she called me a blind fool that time. She was like, when we're sometimes dealing with blind fools and idiots, and like she probably told me off. She did tell me off. She got my human right in check, to be fair. Actually, she got my human right in check. Definitely, definitely. That was my thing. I was like, you guys don't know how it feels to actually like be navigating through this shit where my human's like, oh my god, like I can actually feel the density. Like you guys don't know what the level of this pain feels like. You guys are all like, oh, like look above it, rise above it. I'm like, bruh, I'm a whole human in this experience where I'm having to like, tread water against like all of the density that is basically just dragging me down like a sinking ship. So I hear you, girl. I hear you, man. Definitely. Again, I'm definitely going to be praying for you. I know for a fact that I was there for 3 days. Girl, definitely. Definitely. No, I know. They don't. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. That's not how they produce. That's why we're constantly being guided to move beyond the pain or navigate beyond the pain, because the pain itself actually is an illusion. Like, let's be fair to that respect as well, because that's usually their next rationale with me. Well, the pain doesn't really exist, does it? The pain is there as a substantiation for you to be able to understand the dynamics of the lesson that you're sitting, right? And I'm just like do not intellectualize my pain right now. My pain is my pain type thing. So I hate you. I hate you. 100%. Oh, exactly that, bro. Exactly that. It's actually really frustrating because that's where we're disconnected from each other. They don't necessarily understand. Oh, hey, Miss Green, I did receive your donation. You can throw your question, I guess, out there. I've still got the old list as well, like pinned as well. So I'm gonna get started with that as well. But I did confirm, I guess, that I received your money. Yeah. So yeah, sorry. Oh, you already put it through. You're quick. You are quick, lady. Okay. Sorry. Thank you, Chaley. I am definitely going to be praying for you though, girl, because I know, like, obviously as well, like you're just navigating through so much. I'm going to say this to you, like, parting message to you. I did, when I saw the living, I guess, of the children experience for you, it looked like a very happy experience. It didn't look, oh, oh, thank you, beautiful man. Thank you. I think it's just one of those things where, like, listen, we're under so much intensity of this Virgo full moon, I'm telling you, okay? Like, this is the first full moon where me and Charlotte, my homegirl, where we do our new moon and full moon, like, work and meditation. We cognitively observe what's going on in life. That's basically the beta phase of the program that I'm going to be sort of rolling out for you guys so that you can manifest in alignment with the actual collective energies that are at play, astrologically speaking, right? This is a first class where we've literally had to come back and be like, oh snap, shit is going down hella quick. So yeah, this one's definitely a big one, but I'm gonna dive into Miss Green's question. It's been back and forth with Ricky for years. I'm mentally exhausted. Do you see me finally letting us go? That is a big question. Do you see Miss Green finally letting things go with Ricky? I think this is interesting. Do you see things finally sort of like ending outright with Ricky? No, just a little bit of frustration. You know, Ariana, snap. We got a little bit of frustration because things are like a little bit chaotic and all over the place with the situation. And clearly as well, like there's a lot riding on everything that she's navigating throughout the minute. So we understand as well, beautiful. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Sorry, Miss Green. To answer your question, yes, you will. Yes, you will. It's not an overnight thing, and you don't leave just once you make the decision. You navigate through indecision with the decision of actually leaving, because that's the usual pattern for you to make the decision and then question the decision, and then you find yourself back in the space again, kind of like hoping for the best, knowing fully well what you're actually settling for, and knowing that you're not necessarily getting what it is that you want, and being displeased with what it is that you're getting, but not necessarily, again, as well, actually sort of like aligning with what it is that you say that you want as well. So I don't think it's something that um, is an overnight thing. I think this is something that goes on throughout this year. And it may be something that you're navigating through for about 7 to 8 months of this year as well, before you have a real turning point where there's an eye-opening moment where you kind of think to yourself, no, I actually can't. I actually can't. And then you start to commit to the decision. But even then, you struggle with it as well. I do think that you leave. I do think that you leave. There's a breakdown in communication that allows for you to actually leave eventually. But I think that this is one of those situations where every time when you do actually find yourself leaving, it's more like a, okay, let me go to my corner and cool off, or let me let him go to his corner and cool off. So the leaving is likely to happen, yes. The staying away, that's the other question. Okay. There's something that happens about 7 to 8 months from now, though, seriously speaking, that actually really gets you questioning what you want to do with the situation, and whether or not you're wanting to wait on the situation, or wait for this individual anymore. Do they have any kids? Can I ask you that question? Do they have any kids? Sam, if you're still in the room as well, can you start getting your question together for me? I don't know who's actually still in the room as well, because it's only showing like 3 people on the live as well. So whoever's not that I know of. Yeah. Yeah. From what I'm sensing, something some levels of discussion around children is definitely going to be some level of discussion about children is going to be prevalent in the next 7 to 8 months, in terms of you guys' dynamic. And you guys definitely, in having that discussion, it definitely shapes things for you, where you start to really think and ponder on what your options are and what decision you're actually going to be making with the situation. Okay. um yeah, eventually you will release the weight. Right now, I honestly, I don't know if it's a joke or not. I'm gonna say that to you. What they said to me is basically what's coming in the next 7 to 8 months is a situation to do with children, and they'll be having a discussion around something to do with children, particularly a child. You're telling me that he was already making jokes about a daughter that he keeps saying, I'm joking about. I don't know if that situation is going to unravel and unearth something for you over the course of the next few months. But they're saying that you're going to be getting some full clarity when it comes to dialogue about that, I guess, about children's situation in the next 7 to 8 months. So I don't know, girl. Keep me posted on that situation. Because if he's out here talking about daughters and then saying that he's joking, what does he say when he talks about daughter? What does he say about daughter? He calls the little girl his daughter. Then says it's his cousin's child. That's weird. Okay. Something is off. Something is off. I get it. I get it. That's his cousin's child. Sometimes, he might feel like, obviously, like if he's close. How close is he with the cousin, too? To be saying that that's his child. How close is he with the cousin that he's saying that the cousin's child is his daughter? It's weird, right? Because all the time I've known him, I don't know when and how he could have had a child. Okay, he lives with his cousin. Okay. 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 There may be a dynamic there that allows for him to feel like just in being able to say that that's his daughter. Because the little girl is only 3. How long have you guys been doing the back and forth thing? Sorry, just so I can put it into context. Since freshman year of college, dang. Sorry, I was getting sweets ready. So about 5 years. Okay. Okay. Um, Interesting. Okay. Well, what I will say to you is that you guys are going to be having a conversation in the next few months that is going to give you an indication on where you want to go with the situation. And the ball will be in your court about having to make that decision about where you want to go with the situation. Okay. Give it some time to play out because it seems like you guys tend to do like breakdown in communication. Breakdown in communication seems to be the one thing that keeps causing you guys a disconnect. So it's something that you guys would naturally need to work on anyways if you guys want to maintain the strength of the connection. Should I just end it with him and speak my mind? I want to do a speak and block situation. I care what y'all. Girl. Sorry. What do you guys advise on that? I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. And I do understand. I do understand, like, it's a lot to go back and forth. This is the thing as well, like 5 years into the relationship. So by the 5-year mark as well, you tend to go through a period in the relationship, especially like at that stage of reality as well, where you either make it or you don't. And that's the reality. Like 5 years, that's really when the relationship goes through an evaluation significantly. Because even though it's committed to some format, it's not fully committing, is it? So I think it's one of those things where if that's how you feel, you're well within your rights to kind of like do and proceed as you feel. Do take into consideration, however, I have to put this across, do take into consideration, however, you're being moved by your current feeling, and that too shall pass. So when it passes, you may find yourself under the rupture or the wreckage of the decision that you made whilst you're in that feeling, and you may not necessarily feel the same way. So take that into consideration. If this feeling is just a now feeling type thing, or if this is a significant long-term feelings, and make a decision from there. I love you. I've got to get my head right. Thank you. Oh, I love you, girl. Mind you, every time we stop speaking, it's because I brought up commitment. Yeah. I'll say this to you. If you're not getting what you need in terms of the commitment, I don't think that he's going to be ready anytime soon to give you the commitment. And I'll tell you why. Because his demons have been able to test your boundaries for 5 years, and it has been able to get away with the, oh, I'm not able to commit right now, or I'm still working on certain things, or I'm not ready just yet. All of these things, right? So he has been set up to some degree, psychologically speaking, to manipulate the situation for one, but also to basically be in that position where he doesn't necessarily have the consequences, if you will, of that actual commitment and what that actually means in form. So if you're not getting what you need from the situation, by all means, speak your mind. You don't necessarily have to block, to be fair, because you only block your own energy in that context when we start practicing the habit of block. If you feel like it's a situation where you completely need to get this person out of your life, then definitely do block and sever ties completely. But if you can speak your piece, and keep the, I wouldn't say lines of communication open, because you don't necessarily need to speak to this person per se moving forward if that's the case, but being able to kind of like just have like, because basically once you go around start blocking people and all that kind of stuff, it becomes a pattern for you, and then you also start to manifest situations where you stagnate in situations where you want to be able to move forward, because again, karma must reveal itself and it must restore itself. So if you do it to others, it must be done to you. So just bear that in mind as well. Okay. So by all means, if you do want to speak your mind, go for it. I never sort of want to tell anyone never to speak their mind. What I will say is your delivery is everything, because sometimes we let our demons speak on our behalf and they miss the mark sometimes, to be fair as well. They just trigger other demons, and the other person, unfortunately, sometimes don't learn shit from that conversation, unfortunately, because it was just a whole bunch of hurt feelings trying to hurt their feelings without actually giving them any clarity on why the feelings were hurt in the first place. So deliver it in a way that could probably actually the I find that the way to really hurt somebody, personally speaking, on my experience, is to be able to I guess let them know exactly where they fell short, or let them know exactly where the disappointment in the situation is, rather than trying to hurt their feelings because they've hurt your feelings or upset you. Like, that's just demon for demon, ego for ego talk. Like, heart to heart conversation is actually sometimes a thing that is really transformational or even transitional, because that's the thing that's really going to evoke the change, right? Rather than the ego just coming out and being like, this is how I felt when you did this to me, right? The heart can be like, well, this is what transpired for me internally when you did this to me. This is how it actually made me feel. This is what it ruptured inside of me. This is how it shifted and shaped my personality as a consequence of that. I'm choosing to do this as a reality now because of that situation. Like, the articulation is so much different from the heart than it is from the mind. Okay, so if you're going to go into that space and speak from that place so that you can deliver everything that you need to, in essence, and so that you can also create positively for yourself moving forward, karmically speaking. Okay, because bad vibes is a real thing, and it seriously does get projected, can get projected, and will be projected when we leave hurt feelings behind. That part. Okay, y'all. Sam, girl. Oh, So, what's coming to you? That's you, Sammy. Okay, you are here. You are with us. I hope that that was useful for you there, Miss Green. Okay, my love. I hope that that was okay. I'm gonna put back on my scarf now. I feel like I've got. I think Chaley's questioning process and like the acknowledgement of like catching up to the timeline of past prophecies just had me a little bit hot under the treatment, guys. Sorry about that. Let me get myself back together. Thank you, beautiful. I appreciate you guys. Okay, so Samantha, what is coming to Samantha? Oh, that's interesting. Thank you. What's coming to Samantha? Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So, Sam, I'm going to keep it real with you. So, what they're showing me, right, is that you are basically, you're going to have to be navigating through a little bit of pessimism, I guess. A little bit of pessimism just because everything like is so intense. The storm of everything is actually like, I want to say, just catching up a little bit. It's starting to catch up a little bit. They're showing me that there's a little bit of a lack of direction with everything because it feels like you're so fragmented by the pressures of everything. Your energy is very scattered as you're kind of like navigating through the process of everything that you're sort of like moving through at the minute. Let's see, guys. Clarify this for me. Okay. 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 Yeah. I guess they're saying to me as well, the main thing that you're kind of like navigating through is like being strategical about the I guess the losses that you've had to take in terms of finances as well, but also in terms of like business, as far as just the way that you've been treated in certain situations where there's been malpractice in businesses. And you've basically been the collateral damage to those processes in one particular business, let's say, in terms of their business ethos. It was like illogical. And you've kind of had to pay for that, I guess, in the past. But they're saying that what's coming for you is more lack of direction and not necessarily being able to know how to navigate through being able to stabilize. You're standing in the waters, right? You're standing amidst the waters, so you're still able to stand, but nonetheless, it's almost like you're not able to move just yet. Does that make sense? You're standing in terms of everything that you're navigating through, but as far as moving beyond where you are right now, you're still stagnant. You're still kind of like held, rooted in that place or position in life at the minute. Does that make sense? Let me know. But yeah, let's see. What do you guys guide for? What do you guys advise for Samantha? Make it very clear, please. Oh, thank you. Their advice is it's up to you. I think one of the situations that you're kind of like navigating through is not necessarily like, it's kind of like, misjudging your intuition on certain things because sometimes you're intuitively being led into certain paths, certain directions. But it's like as you are being led into those places, you're not necessarily trusting there's kind of like a lot of fears around the guidance that you're receiving sometimes. And I think it's one of those things where, come out my business, Bixby. Sorry, I had to make sure that Bixby was gone there. But yeah, I think it's just one of those situations where, with you being so scattered and fragmented all over the place, it might need you to take some time to really think about your movements, really think about how you're going to get out of the situation that you're in at the minute. Because one of the things that they're mainly showing me is that you're really sort of strategizing in terms of the financial impact that you're kind of like navigating through at the minute, right? And they're showing me that that's probably still one of the main things that you're going to be strategizing through, so that you can actually like get from where you are to also being able to move forward proactively as well, right? So in order to do that, you may have to sort of like forgive some of the past decisions that you've made, and really not, in essence, make decisions along those same line again, and really just kind of like consider making decisions, I guess, I don't want to say from a different place, but making decisions based on where you're trying to get to as well with the situation, right? That's the main thing that they're sort of like putting across to me as far as like what's coming for you. They're saying that, you're basically just going to be navigating through some setbacks to some of the new ideas that you have. And even though you're trying to strategize, it's going to require you optimizing the strategization with the situation. So when I say optimizing, I mean you're going to have to like adapt it. You're going to have to adapt it to the circumstances as the circumstances shows up to you, right? And that's where you're really going to actually like start to move forward with the situation, because I think some of the circumstances that are going to be coming up for you to be able to adapt to is basically going to be putting you on a trajectory for some of the things that you want to do future wise. I guess some of the things that probably won't necessarily leave you feeling too burnt out or too restless, like your energy isn't necessarily moving in the direction that you want to have it move to. So that's just something to sort of like take into consideration. But their advice is it's up to you. It's actually up to you to be able to navigate through the process that you're navigating through. So everything that's coming up as well, I guess the class that you're sort of like still navigating through, it seems like what do you see value in, and where are you able to see value in yourself, and what value can you find within yourself to be able to contrast the value that you feel like you don't have in other situations or circumstances. So what do I mean? So for instance, if money, for instance, is a factor, let's use that, right? Money is a factor. What talents do you have to be able to earn a little something extra on the side? What skill set do you have to be able to navigate through a situation that could potentially assist you long term as well? These are some of the little gems, I guess, that you're being backed into certain corners so that you can be moved into certain tunnels into your next version, if that makes sense. That's the best way that I can put it, because that's how they're giving it to me. Okay, so yeah. Yep. That's what they're saying. It's up to you to be able to sort of like navigate through some of these setbacks to your new ideas that you've got, and new ideas that you've got coming as well, as a result of you having to adapt to all of these variables with the situation. Okay. So yeah. I hope that was useful for you, Sam. I don't know. I feel a little bit underwhelmed, personally speaking. I don't know if the questioning needed to give a bit more or be a little, I don't know. This is why I like direct questioning, I guess, to be able to really unpack something. But yeah, I hope that was useful for you nonetheless. Okay, beautiful. Right. I feel bloated, guys. I feel like I'm filled up with a whole bunch of water. Sterling, I don't know who Sterling L is, but Sterling, if you are here, can we get your question, please? And if not, Ash 13, can we get your question, please? Oh, damn. That's how we do it, girl. That is how we do it. You see that? Sterling L, if you're not here, what Ash 13 just did, that's how you do it. Oh, Ash probably had that on her notepad ready to go. Okay, I'm gonna give Sterling L a second to actually like maybe put something in the chat if they're here. Sorry. I doubt that they're here because I've never seen them in the chat this whole time, and we've been going for a couple of hours now. So if they are here, it's a whole lie that they haven't been able to sort of like put anything out there. But yeah. So I blocked Anil Aquarius earlier this week. I'm tired of waiting for him to come towards me. My question is, how does he feel about me currently? And what would happen if I post his stuff he paid me to do? And I did it, but he never collected it from me. Oh, okay. 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 This is a two-part. So how does he feel about you currently? Okay. And then, okay. Sorry, guys, I'm yawning now because it's like after 12. All right. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Let's see. How does he feel? How does Anil feel about Ash 13 presently? How does Anil feel about Ash presently speaking? Yeah. Thank you. Right. So interesting. Okay. What does that mean? Put it into context for me. Thank you. Okay, it's funny because that was the card that I saw. So for the most part, I guess he kind of feels as though he feels as though there's like a really swift, significant change that's kind of taken place in the dynamics that you guys are kind of like experiencing. And he definitely feels like it's an unrequited love. You know what that means. You guys would have to do a lot to actually make the relationship dynamics work. And I don't know that he's willing to basically make those factors work. I don't know that he's willing to basically do the work, is what I'm pretty much trying to say, because of the fact that it is not just about like the natural attraction, it's going to have to take more than that. I think he's like relinquishing the attraction in itself. So there's a quick change that's kind of like happened in the sense of obviously where you guys aren't necessarily in communication. You said you blocked him earlier this week as well. His dynamics has been kind of like irritating you, to say the least. It's kind of like got him to a place where he's kind of low-key saying, okay, well, this isn't it for me either, right? As a way also as well to be able to protect his own ego. So if she were to post the stuff that he paid her to do, how do you see that playing out? Yeah, I get you, girl. I get you. One of those actually very, very disturbing. Oh, there we go. Oh, Sammy, you may be sort of like experiencing delays. Oh. Sorry, I had to go and grab that, y'all. Okay, so this is how it would actually play out. Let's see. Sorry, I'm gonna try and make myself comfortable in this little chair. Like I usually, if I was thinking, I'd be like, I'm very rarely actually like horizontal. Usually I'm vertical. I'm always laying down. Hashtag lazy personality vibes. I watch TV, lay down. I'm usually always laying down, so I'm starting to get uncomfortable. This is something that I've been observing in the last few weeks. Now I'm sharing it with you guys, but yes. So with the situation with Anil, I think if you were to sort of like go ahead and make any sort of like connection as far as like sending the stuff for him that he basically paid you to do, what I see with that situation is that it's almost like you're kind of taking back your power in the situation. All of these illusionary tactics, all of these kind of like distractions of not necessarily coming through as far as like that particular project, that gets cut off. It's like a new beginning now. And it's like, okay, cool. This situation is complete, it's finalized. I don't need you to come and say anything. I don't want you to say anything, in fact. And to be fair, it's not anything that I'm willing to actually do to be able to make it go away per se. So those are some of the factors of the situation. I think you sending it may actually be a good thing for you in the long run with the situation. What do you guys advise for Ash when it comes to the situation? Okay, no need to worry. This isn't something that needs to be recovered. This is perfect. This is more of a perfect timing sort of situation. Now isn't necessarily the right time to even kind of like give this situation a yes. And there's no need to worry about the fact that things are actually going to be like breaking down and the walls are going to be coming down with this situation. Good, because it's been here since December, yeah, and there's going to continue to be diversionary tactics with the situation. So that's probably your best bet with the situation. So that it's not lingering in your space any longer. It's not in the space anymore, per se. So yeah. Guys, I need to go to the loo for a sec. Because I need to actually. I think my lady crabs have just started, y'all. I can feel my body. I'm gonna go to the loo. Thank you, beautiful. I keep asking him to come and collect it, but he keeps telling me to hold on to it until he is ready. Girl, if you do not want that energy, release it, okay? Because it is only an opportunity for him to use later down the line to revisit your life at an inconvenience to yourself. So, yeah, okay, that part. Thank you, beautiful, so much. I think that's why I've been feeling like this discomfort. I guess I was saying to you guys, my solar plexus feels strange. The energy isn't flowing very well through my solar plexus. Like, wait right there, y'all. I'm gonna go to the ladies, okay? Because we're getting so familiar with each other these days. And I'm gonna come right back. But it may be like a case of let me know in the meantime as well who's actually still in the building, because I may need to start wrapping up because you guys know what happens when I channel when I got lady cramps. Okay, you go, guys. I don't know if I told you this last time, right? But literally, when I was there, I need to go and check ASAP. Let me go and do that actually, because they're saying I need to go and do that first. But literally, when I tuned out last time, I heard it was so funny because I had to go and like throw myself on the sofa, literally just right there. And it was like, I heard the channels when it disconnected, and it was like, shh, like radio stations where it was like, shh. I was like, oh, hush, Shakima, hush, girl, hush. I know you said you couldn't do readings today. I'm sorry I pushed you, girl, but it was so funny because it took me a good little while to tune out because I was still tuned into the channel. Whatever reading that I was doing there, and then I was still tuned into the channel, and then I could just let hear that I lost that radio station, basically. So I thought that was funny. I just thought I'd share that with you guys before I go to the loo. Okay, that part. But I'm going to come back, and we're going to talk about it, guys. Snap. I'm back, y'all. Who we got in the building? Who is in the building? Oh, can I donate? We're working through the free list. You can donate, I guess. Who have we got next on the list? Is KT in the building? Divinely, Rika, Sacred, Ruby Lee, Ariona. Who's in the house? Let me know so I can understand what I can navigate through as well, because we know what happens when it's that season for me. We saw live last time, before the last time, what happens to me when I read, when I am, I guess, actually losing sight. I hope that Sam actually watches this back. I'm going to tell her to watch this back, because I got some downloads on her situation in terms of the finance class that she's sitting. That's actually a blood entity. So she actually has to work on the mindset. That's why they're calling so much for strategy. That's why strategy is so important for the class that she's navigating through with finance as well. So yeah. Who is here? I can't tell. Are we wrapping up shop? Is anybody from the free list still here? Sorry, y'all. I know we went on a few times. Hey, Booby. Okay, so Booby's still here. That's what's up. I guess you're still here from the free list. You can throw your question out there. I think Brianna's probably left the room as well. So we've got Booby from the free list. Do we have Ariona still in the room? Who have we got? Throw your question out there, Booby. Why'd you retract your question? I mean, you said hey. You said hey. Don't retract. You're good. Throw your question out there, because it seems like you're the only one still left in the room. So we're going to do your question. We're going to throw your question at the guides, and then we're going to wrap up the space. How about that? Look at that. Oh, Mina, you're still here, beautiful. I didn't realize. Hey. What do you have to tell me? Send me a message. You need to send me a private message. Send me a message on thingy, on Instagram. If it's a private, like, me and you situation. Baby Lee, you can throw your question out there, my love. Hey, Brianna. Okay, you're still here with us in the room as well. Need a spiritual reading. It might need to be personal. Okay. Okay, Booby. We'll message you in private. Okay. Message me in private. And we will discuss, Mina. Booby, you can. I don't know how much. Oh, Brianna, you can donate, my love. You can donate. I don't know. The free list is actually, people from the free list isn't necessarily here. I think I don't even actually know. I think it's in the description as far as like the questions for the questions, sorry. But we're actually, as far as like the free list, there's quite a few people that isn't necessarily even in the room. I don't know. I'm still trying to check to get an understanding of who's actually still here from the free list. So that part as well. I've been struggling with thoughts or energy that I don't want, and I feel that it is not mine. Okay. Where do you feel these projections coming in from, Brianna? Check the description as far as like the donation situation. It's got the details on where you can donate to as well. Booby, what we're dealing with this a lot. So remember when I said to you guys, so earlier in this discussion, I've said to you guys, oh, there's been spirits in my house. The spirit of lust basically visited me the other day. I played the game, I guess, but people who bullied or abused me over the years. Okay, word. That means that their stuff is still like sitting in your subconscious. The seeds that they laid is still sitting in your subconscious. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so these are incoming projections that have basically laid fruit as far as being rooted, because now it's kind of like living in your mind rent free, right? Okay, so okay, you want a spiritual reading. What does that look like in essence? What would you like me to unpack for you in this space? Because yeah, I'm trying to. We spoke about, I remember the last reading that I did for you was pretty intense, so I can imagine how this is actually playing up for you now, because when I checked into your space last time, there was a lot of stuff like rested in here. So I can understand how it's moved its way up here. What would you like um me to read on, in essence, just to give you full clarity on the situation, just so that I can understand how I can be of service here to you? Hmm. Sorry, this question goes out to Ruby. Oh, I can already feel that it's so intense, like this place that, these low vibrating entities are kind of like attaching to. These runes are still quite how much healing have you kind of like, my intuition is out of whack and I don't feel like myself. I actually feel like it's a demon. This is what's happening at the minute. This is what's happening at the minute. Okay. Okay. It is more than likely it is more than likely a demon. When it's like negative projections of others, it manifests as demons. I feel it. I do feel it. I do feel it. I do feel it. I can sense the how can I put it? I can sense the ravenous nature of it. It's like this um I don't know how to put it, but I can sense that it's feeding off your pain. I can sense that it's kind of like trying to get your attention, I guess. Trying to get your attention. Um why are you so intense? Dang. Honestly, you told me your astrology last time and I was like, okay, snap. He's designed for quite some stuff. Like he's definitely going to face quite some adversity in this lifetime with that kind of astrological like makeup. So your cosmic body is really, really designed to withstand a lot of intensity. That's just me being like stating the obvious, if you will, because that's really more or less it. You were designed to be able to withstand some of these things. I'm trying to understand what kind of entity this is that I'm observing feeding. Okay, so let me see if I can work through a process of being able to exercise this in essence, because I need to understand it in its full context. So, baby, um, you kind of, you said that the spirit feels like it's the forces of the people who bullied and abused you over the years. I pick up on that too, so I fully grasp and understand, but I'm trying to understand exactly what type of entity it is. That's important for its dissemination, because sometimes you can like transmute the energy, but it's pointless when you don't necessarily know like who, because there's different demons for different things and stuff. I'm trying to understand what exactly this force potentially is here for. Um, mm, okay. I don't know if I feel comfortable saying it. I sense that too, because I was going to ask if you want to sort of like do this privately. Um, yeah, I don't know if you want to do this private. Hit me up on Instagram. Hit me up on Instagram. I don't mind a little DM to be able to sort of like unpack the situation for you. I'm a little bit like touch and go as far as like busy, busy, busy. I've got like auntie duties tomorrow, and I've also got like a friend date tomorrow as well for lunch. But I'll find some time to be able to, if you feel like it's not something, because I sense the um resistance as well to being able to disclose, but I also feel the level of privacy potentially for some of the information to be able to be disclosed. Um, so that's your call. If you don't feel comfortable, then DM me on Instagram, and we'll kind of like take it offline. Because when we're dealing with those types of interactions or those types of situations, it's generally something that I like to be able to have like a one-to-one. That's why my readings are so long anyways, because I like to be able to think. I do think I said it already. That's why I said to you, I need to figure out which demon this is so that I can figure out how to exercise it, rather than just like transmute the energy for you from where I am, because that's not going to serve you any purpose. Basically, it's going to creep back into your psyche subconsciously and continue to feed when you least expect it as well. And just because of the transits that we're navigating through, astrologically speaking, for this year in general, we should have already learned to master these things last year. Basically, that was the classes of last year. So this year, we're basically kind of like showing where we really are with those classes. I do think an exorcism is needed, if I'm honest with you. But it's a case of really being able to identify this. It's getting worse. Yeah. What types of things? So let me understand the entity. What types of things is being projected into your mind whenever it starts to like feed thoughts into you, just so that I understand the nature of the entity. Hey, Ariana. Okay, okay. So is this a suicide demon, basically? Are you navigating through depression at the minute? Because that usually seems to be like where he feeds initially. Sometimes he might be at the starting point of the actual pain, which is anxiety. Oh wow. Oh wow. So it's death itself, basically. It's death itself. Yes, I have. Booby, listen, this is a safe place. Don't worry. Like, we're just out here. At least you're like giving us feedback on the spirit. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, don't worry about like whatever's coming through. You have to be honest. Like, this is a safe space. Like, that's what we're here for, because we're here to transmute these types of fucking entities and forces. Pardon my French, but this is the thing. Like, this is how they irk me. Um, but this is the thing. Okay, 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 okay. Hit me up on Instagram. Hit me up on Instagram. Like I'm definitely gonna be like, I guess, putting a protective veil. Um Thank you for retracting. Obviously, the longer you keep it out there as well, the force in itself as well, knowing that it's basically being unearthed as well, can kind of like be even more intense as well. So I understand the need to be able to sort of like retract. um I need to understand it more in its nature. Hit me up on Instagram. Like, we have to have a one-to-one with this situation, because I have to understand how it moves, basically. So I can, it's not necessarily even just about detaching it from you. It's also about being able to kind of like create an effective firewall for you to be able to kind of like protect yourself from it as well, or protect yourself from the ways that it basically seems to be able to attach itself to you, because it's an energy parasite, and that's what these things are in essence. They feed off our runes, man, which is so tragic. But hit me up on IG, because we would need to have a one-to-one where I could really be able to connect your energy and talk through some of the stuff that it's basically feeding on, because where there is no pain, in essence, they cease to exist and they can't exist there anyway. So I have to purge your environment that is conducive to whatever vibration this entity is vibrating at, so that you can heal and transmute from some of those layers of pain. um so that's something. I'm gonna make some time for you. Okay, I'm going to make some time for you. I know there's a significant time difference. I'm consciously connected as well on IG. Hit me up, DM me there. And I don't know, are you on IG? Are you on? I just assumed. Sorry, that's my bad. Are you on IG? If so, hit me up. Okay, hit me up on IG, because this is something that we would need. Like, for me, my process of exorcism is a little bit different, in the essence that I not only want to remove the spirit, but I also want to be able to take the time to understand how the spirit actually like was able to breed, what environment has within yourself, emotionally speaking, has kind of like breeded space for this force or this entity. So we'd need to like really, really unpack that. Because but I felt it from you last time when I did the reading. So I've been like so curious about you as well. Like, it's like the guides have been speaking, because I've randomly thought about you. And every time I thought about you, I thought, oh, I wonder how Boobie's doing. Because last time when I spoke to him, he was actually like, there was so much depth and weight and heaviness, I guess, that he was navigating through. I remember the last time I thought about you, I thought, I hope that he's actually okay, because I saw that you came into the readings last week, but you weren't around for the actual read. And I thought, guys, I hope that he's okay. I remember I spoke to my guides after the facts when they did sort of like just share, I guess, just a need to be concerned for you. So now I'm glad that you're actually sharing. I'll make myself, I guess, available to be able. Whereabouts in the world are you from? Because obviously this is the internet. We're all everywhere, aren't we? Whereabouts are you? Just so that I can understand the time difference and the constraints maybe that we're working against America. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Um, Hit me up on IG, because we want to, I guess, navigate through the situation as a matter of urgency, just because your voice has been like, I've gotten feedback about your name, sorry, in my subconscious for at least the last 5 or 6 weeks. So I know that this assignment is an assignment of urgency, I guess, and I want to make myself available for you. Obviously, when I wrap up here, it's probably going to be a little bit late in essence, so I probably sort of like get around to maybe something in the AM tomorrow. I think that I don't know, if you're an early riser, we could probably sort of like chop it up first thing tomorrow morning your time, which would be afternoon my time. And well, because so basically with the level of this type of entity that I feel like you're dealing with, I would have to exercise it, but I would also have to educate you, basically. We'd have to have a discussion. That's the one thing that could be the main component, as to I'm working overnight, so I'll be up. Okay, that's good. That's good. And when I say educate you, I think I need to educate myself. I need to understand how this force moves and how it's actually attaching to your vessel. And then once I learn that, I can then educate you on that information, so that you can, I guess, keep your vessel purified in essence, so that your environment internally is not conducive to the environment that breeds that kind of force. I'm saying, why am I in your energy like that? Because you are going to be an assignment. Because you are going to be an assignment. That's why I'm saying that I'm willing to look at it as a matter of urgency, because they've spoken to me. I wasn't getting any information. I just knew that I needed to be concerned about you. which is why I'm willing to kind of like make an effort to kind of address the situation urgently. It's also like basically a class for me to learn about a new, I guess, entity that I perhaps not necessarily haven't come across, but understanding how this entity has been able to attach itself to yourself, and what are the circumstances. Because I think I faced this entity before, because I remember the first time when I did the reading with you, and it was so intense and it was so powerful. I felt like I faced the trauma of this entity before. But I think in essence, I need to understand what the circumstances are that permits this entity access to your vessel, basically, because that's what's going on as well. A lot of the times, like, possession doesn't just happen like sporadically or randomly. There's something within us that basically breeds space for these things to manifest themselves. It actually breeds them. It's usually on our emotional plane. So I need to have like a real in-depth conversation to understand the levels of this assignment. Yeah. I just knew that when I thought about you, I felt concerned, and I kept asking, why do I need to be concerned about him? What's going on? And then it's funny because when you showed up to the reading last time, I thought, okay, if it's that serious, let him show up to the reading and we'll unpack it then. But then I didn't actually get to read for you last time. So I'm glad that you're here this time for us to be able to like really, I guess, get some insight, because they wouldn't share with me what it was per se, but I guess again, it's one of those things we need to sort of like deal with privately, I guess. So yeah. Okay. But I'm gonna make myself available to be able to unpack all of that good stuff with you. Hey Melody. We are doing some God stuff. We are definitely doing some God stuff and getting better. Okay, so we're kind of like going to go back into this space because there was so much. So we had KT actually put her question out there. Okay, so KT is actually back in the room. So that's cool. I will answer your question, my love. Well, KT, actually, I've got the list. So the list was pinned in the chat. So thank you, Booby. Thank you. I'm actually looking forward to being able to unpack the situation, because it was already discussed a while before it actually has come to pass. So it'll be interesting. Don't worry though, I got you. Don't worry. We're ready for this. Yes, Ariana, Katie was actually before you. Actually, she was after Ash 13. And she was before Booby as well. We don't have Sacred in the house. Rika, I haven't seen in the chat for a while. Divinely, I don't think is here either. So it may just be you next, Ariana, to be fair. It may just be you next. Okay, so Katie, what types of professions did my ancestors have? You mentioned last time travel. Okay, so this is very interesting. So one of the main fine art and jewelry was one of the things that your ancestors was actually like into. It was a natural passion and gift of theirs. And when I say fine art and jewelry, like they 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 also had a very abstract mind. We'll call it dyslexia for the purpose of like where we are in today's evolution in terms of how we identify and label things, but they had a very abstract mind. And their art would actually be very well respected within the art, I guess, profession in itself. And then the jewelry aspects of everything was something that kind of like, I I want to say the art was on the masculine aspect or the masculine side of the lineage, and the actual like jewelry making was something that was on the feminine side of the lineage. Um, there was also other professions of like trades as well, like entrepreneurship is really definitely sort of like in your blood, naturally speaking. But trading, as in like buying and selling, you guys had a real like flair. They're saying you guys had a real flair for investment opportunities and seeing the seeds of investment opportunities and how those may manifest themselves, and like really being a visionary in that sense as well, like being able to sort of like see gaps in the market and actually be like able to put yourselves in those sort of like positions of power and authority as well. um it's interesting, you always ask some questions that actually like gets my mind going into like these different kooky places, which I really appreciate. I think that another aspect was just the natural care for labor as well. I think that you were good with what's it? The men were also good with carpentry as well. I want to call it carpentry, but it really is just like a vision. Like they were natural architects, if you will. That's the best way that I can put it. They were natural architects. Um, and they always had like the most wildest, I guess, ideas in terms of the way in which they wanted to build things was for, I guess, you know how this is very interesting. So you know how like we build now with purpose and intent. They played a very significant role in the ability to do this. There's business owners now, and one before he passed away was a carpenter. Yes, yes, beautiful. Yes, it's definitely something that's naturally sort of like in your blood. I think one of the things that I would say as well for you guys is that perseverance was something that was always in your genetic genome, like your ability to persevere. Um, I don't all the way recall Ariona, to be fair. I'm not all the way sure. Maybe when I tune into the space for you, I'll be able to get access to your files again to remember or recall. But I'm tuned into KT space, so it's a little bit tricky. But yeah, the situation with you guys is very, very interesting because the the carpentry is funny. The carpentry side of business is actually one of the areas. Who was that person? Was that an uncle? Was that an uncle by chance? The carpenter, sorry, because I think that his assignment is still incomplete, so that's still going to be concluded on your lineage. Let me get an understanding on that. The carpenter, what connection were they to you? Yeah, sorry, Ariana. When I come into your space, though, girl, I might get access to the files and see if I can remember. I might need to utilize Archangel Shamuel to be able to get access. Grandpa, okay. He's still going to be how can I put it? Like he's still going to be finishing up that assignment. So a lot of the times, like when a person like I guess taps out, right? They're it's like passing on the baton. When their purpose or when their part of the lap finishes up or whatever, there is somebody else that is going to be able to take on that carpentry. Yeah, that carpentry natural flair and talent, and that they're really, that person is really going to be able to sort of like be the visionary, because granddad will be there to really sort of like guide the vision through experience as well, of having, obviously, this is what happened during my time of life, but also where we are in life now, and having the gift of being able to obviously understand where life is going in essence as well, from obviously being in the spirit realm to visually see, I guess, the manifestation of the matrix from there, numerologically speaking. But the carpentry side of business is just one other aspect of things for you guys as well. The entrepreneurship, I think that that's been getting optimized as well to be able to deliver both aspects. So that genetic genome with the entrepreneurship and the carpentry is optimized. Oh wow. Oh wow. Okay. Okay. Interesting, Katie. Interesting, Katie. Any how old are you, if you don't mind me asking, my love? Because I'm basically hearing that for all intents and purposes, you may have the child or the son per se, who ends up being guided by grandpa's natural gift in essence. Any kids? Yeah, there's a son. There's a son who follows granddad's footsteps, basically. Yeah, there's a son who follows granddad's footsteps. Um, do you want kids? I'm so sick and tired of putting out these. There's a son with the same name as him. Oh wow. Okay, who's Katie? You remind me of myself, girl. You remind me of myself. I'm still navigating through that myself personally. Just because life is just so weird enough as it is, to be fair. Um, Okay, there's a son with the same name as him. That task isn't for him, though. That task isn't for him. There may be a son for you to come who will follow in the footsteps of grandpa. I'm sorry, girl. I'm just like giving it to you as I'm sort of like getting it, to be frank with you. So, interesting question as always, beautiful. Keep me posted on those timelines. I don't know what to say. Like, it's so random. It's like, oh, I don't think I really want to have kids. It's like, oh, well, like I go through that with my own spirit baby, anyways, where I'm constantly like, this is why he's taking so long to arrive, to be fair. But yeah, it's just one of those things, my love. Okay, hope that was useful for you, there, girl. Right. um, Let's see as well. There's still some stuff on the fine art. That's the thing as well. In the distant ancestry, I think that was the thing where it was like really actually respected. It was like put up in buildings and stuff like that as well, like in public places. Which was like, how can I put it? It was like they were well known for their art, basically, and their art did bring, I want to say fame, because when you're known, and it doesn't matter, there's obviously different degrees of fame and stuff like that, but they were pretty famous for their art as well. So that may be something that has a comeback as well, who knows, that part. But damn, girl, your question just went so deep so quickly. Sorry. Right, Ariona, beautiful, are you in the building? We here? Yes. Okay, my love. What do you want to ask? And do we have Melody? You may be in for a shot today, girl, because I think that we have a few people. Sterling L was missing. Ariona is basically like an addition on the free list. So let's say Ariona took Sterling's position. We've got Divinely missing, Rico missing, and Sacred's missing. Booby Lee's already sort of like had his discussion. We're going to take this offline because it's a bigger, I guess, level of unpacking than this space. And there's things that we'd need to discuss openly for us to really be able to disseminate the virtues that are taking place there. So you may be able to get into the free list, girl, because I think technically there's actually now maybe 3 spaces left. Yeah, about 3 spaces left. So yeah, you can have one of those spaces. You're good. Look at you. You stuck around and look at God. Okay. Okay, Katie. Hey, Melody. Okay, sorry, Katie. We literally obviously just wrapped you up, didn't we? Beautiful. Sorry. My bad, girl. I didn't realize that you had more stuff you needed to get into, but we will go ahead and get into it for you. Yes. Hey, Cosmic Dust. How are you doing? Right. So, Ariana wants to know. I really want Alex, but does my spirit not approve of the connection? If so, why? Okay. We want to get an okay. I'll start with those cards. Sorry, my bad. Okay. They just said I need the other deck for the first question. I can sort of like use the tarot for the second part of the question, which is the why factor, right? We always want to know the why. What can we sort of say about Ariona's spirit and its approval about her decision to be with Alex, or that desire that's there? How does her spirit feel about that? Oh wow, it's a whole story, girl. Dang. Okay. It's a whole story. I guess this is why they told me to go for this. Okay. 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 Sorry. I'm like really just soaking it all up. Interesting. Short answer is no, but I'm going to tell you the story. Don't shoot the messenger. Literally, short answer is no. Okay, it's in reverse. It's a no. It's a hard no at that as well. No, they don't approve. No, they don't approve. Okay, so this is the factors to the situation. So the communication isn't necessarily the best. And that's something that may be an issue. Oh God, I need to like really, I'm feeling so, sorry, I need to like let my energy like flow through my body because my energy is starting to get tight. Obviously I did let you guys, they never approve of the guys that I actually like and find attractive. And we spoke about this beautiful. They're probably assholes. Sorry, my love. Sorry. Okay, so the reason why I say that is because they're saying to me like it's the way that he communicates can be a little bit harsh sometimes, or the way in terms of like you guys will probably have a natural ability to clash quite a bit. Basically, that's one of the factors to the situation. Then another thing as well, this particular person as well. No. When you guys get into explosive situations, that's the thing. In terms of how he manages those situations. They also say that they don't necessarily see it lasting as a caring connection. Um, so those are some of the factors as to why they're not necessarily for it. I'm sorry, girl. I'm sorry. What do you like about him? Maybe I can try and like see if your case can be pleaded. Because sometimes I make decisions even though my guides might decide against it, and then I just deal with the consequences. I got with you, Ariana. I got with you. We spoke about this last time. We spoke about this last time. Okay. I was just about to say the next thing you're gonna tell me is he has a deep voice. Oh girl, I can't with you. Oh, snap. And what else? Because we spoke about this last time. I told you if you don't expand upon the criteria, they ain't gonna. I got with you. I got. Oh, do you know that actually, in theory, let's unpack that actually, that theory about he probably has a big package because he saw deep voice, all this good stuff. Because I dated someone who was 6'2", and eyes can be deceptive. Just saying, right? So that's all. That has to do with a lot of other factors as well. Mind you, my person, I guess, that I dated, their background probably didn't necessarily do justice because they were mixed. So that probably played a part in the outcome of the situation. What's the background? And he's muscular and has a feline. I can't with you. I can't with you. So did my guy. That was like my first like 5-year relationship. Actually, funny enough. Just putting shit out there. I literally just laid shit bare, but sorry, I'm just saying. I'm just saying it can be deceptive. You would assume one thing, but reality may appear something else. It's hard to move on from attractive guys. Nobody's asking you to like not be into attractive guys. I don't think that that's what they're saying. I think they just want a little bit more depth with the situation because you're looking for something low key. You actually want something a little bit serious to some degree because you want to be able to have the experience of a relationship to some degree. And I think he is nice. He is nice. I think the decision's yours. I think I'm going to say this to you. The decision's yours. Just know that if you go there, it is going to end eventually. Basically. And when I say end eventually, I mean also abruptly. Because this is basically the cards that you guys have got on your future trajectory. Stormy warning, and carrying connections broken because it's in reverse. Affection is important. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. Affection is important. I think it's one of those things where it's kind of like once you get yourself into a situation, girl, soul ties out here are real. Soul ties are real. People find themselves in relationships, and after they done do the do, they're like, I don't know why I'm still with him. I don't know why I'm still with her. I just can't get away. I just can't move on. I just can't get over it. I just can't get past it. And they have no understanding why. But if you're constantly sharing yourself, I guess, with somebody, it will be hard to actually move on from them because you are now, in essence, them and you are carrying aspects of their genetic genome. So, how many guys you know that are fine as fuck, have a deep voice, 6'4" and muscular, and gives off BDE? I know a few. I know a few, to be fair. There's quite a few in the spiritual community as well, because you know they have to be all about like keeping the body together and the mind and all of that good stuff. But yeah, I know a few. I hear you though. I hear you, girl. I guess venture at your own peril, girl. Snap. I can't say no to you. I was young once. I did my stupid shit. Like at least you're asking when I was in that space and I had the freedom and the luxury of like, okay, I'm young, that was literally what I would, when my guides would speak to me about basically making better decisions, that would be my excuse. Girl, I am young and dumb. Let me be young and dumb. You had your turn. Okay. What I will say again, not sort of advocating for you to make poor decisions. What I'm saying is, bear in mind if you do make this decision, it is going to be considered on the poor scale, I guess, of how things will play out basically in your favor. It's not necessary, it's more of a casual situation. If you're open to it being a casual situation, by all means, go for it. If you're looking for something more serious, again, this ain't it. So, yeah. I don't even want to wait for attraction. No, you don't have to wait. I think it's just one of those things. I want a guy who I'm instantly attracted to. I hear you, girl. And it's important to basically have your type because I'm telling you, like I guess, like being able to sustain a relationship requires attraction. I don't care what anybody says because sometimes you won't like them all the time. Sometimes your love might even be blocked off from them because you're navigating through levels of disappointments because that's people are like so like in rushes to sort of like experience the whole love thing, right? But love is actually very disappointing. Love can be inconsiderate. Like love is all of these other aspects of things. Yes, love is kind, patient, all of those good things. Those are the positives of love. Yes. But when you love, it also comes with cons as well. Those patience is asking you to basically build a tolerance to somebody's incapacity to be able to grow from certain situations. That's what patience means. Okay. So when we talk about love, like love is kind, it basically means you sometimes have to be a pushover and actually play the fool because sometimes it's going to actually require that to be able to get from point A to point B. Like love is not as cutesy as like YouTube or Instagram makes it out to be. That part, I think they need to have like a whole other social media platform for all like the okay, they got those. They're blog sites. They're right. The guys are right there. They've got those too. Oh, sorry, I'm tuning in, guys. Sorry, my ear is literally actually tuning. God. But yes, that was so random. Literally, my ear just started whistling out of nowhere. But seriously, obviously, the blogs are where they go and put all the like negative aspects of love. I love it. Listen, that's the hardest class. Okay. I want to be in a long term relationship with a hot guy. And I think that that's the thing that they're basically trying to negate with you because you want to be in a long term committed relationship. A lot of these dynamics, why they've said no or why they haven't been a viable candidate is because unfortunately they're not that's not necessarily what they're looking for. They're looking for something that's a little bit more casual, which is why your guys have basically said no. Unfortunately, beautiful. So they're actually sparing you from something that may not necessarily be everything that you're looking for. It's a lot of the components of what you're looking for. Hot, look, fine, got all the good stuff going on. Sorry, this is me like doing the muscle flex, right? The muscle flex. Got all the good stuff going on, right? But unfortunately, other aspects of the situation, a very key component that you're looking for, which is commitment to a long-term relationship, they don't have. And your guys, is that too much to ask? I think it's not too much to ask, but I want to say this, like even for myself, and this may not be a popular opinion, unfortunately. But even myself, I've had the discussion with my partner about the possibility of eventually a second wife if there's enough capacity to be able to tolerate myself. We're both Muslim, I guess, to some degree. We're not necessarily practicing faith because you would obviously see me with a hijab and all of that good stuff. But it's just one of those things. I think that because women create men, essentially there's a drastic populational imbalance in the context of men and women. So, committed relationships is a struggle for a lot of men because they are designed to be planters and they're here to plant seeds, and those seeds must be fruitful. basically. I think that that's the thing that is a struggle for the hot guys, I guess, in the collective that you're speaking about, because men are naturally designed for the component of being able to have options, basically, when it comes to like the wives dynamics. All the guys that want long-term relationships usually tend to be less assured. Yes, my love. That's because there are odds that are not in their favor. So if they get one, they want to keep them. Okay. So that's the dynamic. Attractive guys, the dynamic for them is that just like it is for women, where men are throwing themselves at us, attractive guys generally find that women, through their pheromones, even because a lot of the times those men will still do the work to actually like chase the woman if necessary, but they can also sense the pheromone of a woman that's actually going to be receptive to that call, basically. For the most part, at least they're designed to. I don't know how connected some of these men are to their sensory motions to be able to understand when a woman's body is actually telling them no, or a woman's body language is telling them no versus yes. That makes sense. Maybe I need a hot guy that is humble or doesn't know he's hot and has options. That part, girl. That part. Okay. What I'd say to you is it's not about the hot guy who is humble may be a little bit easier of a find. Because it's hard to find a hot guy that doesn't necessarily know that he's hot, because life would have basically given him enough privileges so he understands that he's hot, basically. So your best bet would be now manifesting a hot guy who is humble, because he would then be more inclined to wanting to actually engage in a long-term committed relationship. Yeah, that might be the next component, because this is what we spoke about last time as well, right? You can donate, Sasha. Hey, girl. So this may be the next thing that you need to add to the manifesting list of this, Mr. Perfect that you're actually trying to manifest. He also needs to be humble now. Okay. Yeah, it's £3, I guess, for a question there, Sasha. I think you guys asked me these. I really actually don't know. I asked Spirit. So I just copy the actual initial thing on every single one of them each time, because I asked Spirit what it's supposed to be as far as like the people that are going to be aligned to me. But I think it's £3 for a question and maybe £5 for more. I think. I'm not sure. I should know in theory. Let me go. Let me go to YouTube. Sorry. This is just poor, isn't it? No, not really, but you feel me? You get what I'm saying? Ariana, I have an idea of what I want my dream guy to look like. I have a celeb in mind that I would prefer him to look like. Well, that's the thing. I would say as well, okay, let me do that, girl. Let me look him up. We do have someone on the donation list already as well, Sasha, so do bear that in mind. I think Miss Green's going, oh no, sorry, KT is going in with another question as well, I think. Yeah, KT is going in with another question as well. And we have also received your donation. Yeah, I got your donation, girl. Thank you for that. You can go after KT whilst I go and look up who John, Eric, Hexam Young. Okay, girl. Sorry, I saw something come up a little bit. Sorry. Oh, I put Eric. No, I mean Eric, man. Come on. Eric. Google, don't autocorrect me right now. Okay, girl. I knew I saw that was a photo that I saw before. Okay. Okay. Right. So keep manifesting, and make sure you put humble on the list this time, because this guy looks humble. Okay, for the most part, he looks humble. Depends on what picture you're looking at, to be fair. But yeah. All right, guys. Okay, so I hope that was useful for you, though, my love, Ariana. Thank you for sharing that as well. I'm gonna put a good word out there for you with the guides, okay, about what you're trying to manifest. Okay, that part. So Katie has said, thank you, girl. I received another message from someone who reminded me of two people connected to some coworkers who sent similar messages. What's going on in the background to cause a resurface? Interesting. Interesting. That's a good question, girl. This is a very. You come with the tea, man. That's why your name is KT. Sorry. That was so late. Oh, but you do come with the tea, because that's a good question. Okay, so guys, Katie wants to know. What's going on in the background to cause this resurfacing of this pattern? What do you guys see sort of taking place? Okay, thank you. It's a whole story, girl. Hold on, let me unpack these for you and see what I can get for you and put this all into context. Okay. Okay. Oh, interesting. Hold on, let me receive this and put it in, because this is like a big transition for you. You've got a good 3 major arcanas here, in terms of what's unfolding for you. So let me just absorb it all. Okay. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. The way that they told that story, this is basically the end to turning a blind eye. That's what they said. So basically, the way that they told me the story, right? Let me bring you into the tea. So they're saying to me, basically, in terms of the previous situation or the previous class that you sat, with this dynamic, right? The previous opportunity that you've had in terms of the breakdowns and the breakups, that there was a lack of closure with that. There was still certain things that weren't necessarily processed with that situation, as far as you moving forward, not necessarily like planning strategically on how you're not going to be preventing those situations moving forward, right? And they said basically there were certain boundaries that weren't necessarily effectively there were boundaries that wasn't effectively articulated, right? I received another message from someone who reminded me of two people connected to some co-workers who sent similar messages. What's going on in the background to cause a resurface? One co-worker was a Christian guy. Yeah, they're saying to me, so sorry, I'm having to read it because they put it into context. So for you, you're actually getting an opportunity to kind of like take off the blindfold. That's essentially what's kind of like taking place. There's the death of that dynamic, or it's kind of like how can I put it? How did okay, so they're asking me to ask you this. How did the messages make you feel? Let me ask you that first, because that was the purpose of said dynamics, right? How did the messages make you feel when you received them? The messages that you received. The person asked me where I'm from. Okay, okay. Sent a fake picture. Oh, you sent a fake picture to them. Or they sent a fake picture to you. I told them to go away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This was for you. This was a test. Um, I guess it was a test in essence. To be able to kind of like again gives you the opportunity to take off the blindfold. So now that they sent pic, oh, they sent a fake pic. Okay, okay. Well, now that you've been able to kind of like effectively sit that class and you know, like you were able to see the BS from a distance, right? You were able to see the BS from a distance. I think that that puts you in a good position with these types of dynamics moving forward. I think that this was your reset of the previous class that you sit. It's like, are you going to see it effectively this time? Right? Are you going to see it as it shows up? This right here, basically, it was almost like this was manifested as well. So let's talk about what's going on in the background to have manifested this little situation to play up. So there was some curiosity going on subconsciously on the need to not be lonely or the need to not be alone. Basically, isolation was becoming daunting, or the thought of isolation was being dread. So that's where these little vermins crept into your orbit from. Make sense? Because that's what they're showing me as well. This was basically an I want to say the hermit's moment where it fell from grace. Oh no, it's not the same person. It's not the same person at all. It's two different people. But what it is for you, as far as the situation, is that this was kind of manifesting, um, but someone tied somehow. Definitely. Definitely. Well, this is the spirit moving through these different vessels. These vessels are just being vessels, I guess, for this spirit to kind of like move, to kind of like tempt you into some sort of coercion, I guess, with said spirit, I guess, with the situation, but you kind of, you didn't necessarily engage. You allowed for yourself to just be direct with the situation. You didn't even bother to like put up with the BS. You called it out and let it be what it was. But this one for you right here, how do you feel at the minute? Isolation class, how well are you with that? Because sometimes we just have to be in isolation regardless. you know we're here on a like individual journey. We have an individual hard drive as well. The purpose of the isolation camps for us sometimes is basically so that we can, I guess, compute the individual hard drive as opposed to the collective hard drive constantly having these engagements. Okay, so the previous two were a nuisance. Yeah, I would say you might want to optimize how you're spending your alone time, basically. What I mean by that is because there's this like, so what happens a lot of times in isolation, right? Listen, guys, today I spent my day sleeping, okay? I'm off work and I'm exhausted from the week. Mind you, I only worked 2 days this week because there was a money force or demon trying to like play with me, and I gave him about 3 days to keep effing with me until my demon was about to show up and actually like do some damage to him. So he went off and like with his tails between his leg. By Wednesday, I was like, all right, I finished my hair. I got work tomorrow. You need to sort this out. Otherwise, I'm going to come for you. And whatever little hole you live in spirit realm, I'm going to come and get your ass there. Okay. So these things happen, right? But it's a thought process. So your thought process is you're not necessarily enjoying the isolation. So the loneliness is almost drawing in these low vibrating sort of like spirits, basically. So you want to, what I would recommend doing is kind of like I would say figuring out how you're utilizing your isolation time, so that the spirit of loneliness doesn't start manifesting people into your reality, because they will be nuisance if they're coming in from the, like, if they're being manifested or created from that low vibrating spirit. I'd say as well, also position yourself to be able to kind of like be out there a little bit more, like utilize your current friendship circle, I guess, to be able to get out there a little bit better, because then you'll be able to feed off that kind of energy, moving into some of the experiences that you're able to sort of like manifest as well. Because basically when we're vibrating at a certain frequency, it's almost like some of those spirits out there, they're like, oh, this is one that I can basically like touch today, right? They have no armor up, they're not guarded, they're not aware that I'm present. So this is one that I can touch. And because basically you're not necessarily enjoying isolation camp at the minute, these less than ideal personality types are now coming into your orbit. So that's something that I probably recommend doing, finding the positives in the isolation space that you're in at the minute, and then also figuring out how you can optimize outside of that as well, as and when you need to, so that, you know, when you do come out of isolation, when you find yourself back in isolation, you've got things that you can use basically in your memory recall, where that the isolation doesn't feel so lonely or withdrawn from the collective, basically, because you need that time as well to be able to process, in essence. Okay, that's why God sort of like puts, I'm sure there's still gossip, but oh well, more than likely, girl. More than likely. Definitely. Definitely. More than likely still gossip. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you feel like there's maybe information that has been passed on from the co-workers to these people that are basically coming into the orbit now, kind of making claims. Is that the questioning that you're kind of navigating through at the minute? Are they connected? Let me ask you that. Right. Um, Probably talking. Yeah. Yeah. More than likely. More than likely. But this whole thing was a test for you, anyways. You saw that ish a mile off. You passed the test. This was death of the being blindfolded and you know, being a bit like incognito to everything that's going on. You actually observe the browser screen, and exactly, that's exactly why you distanced. You're absolutely right. That part. Okay, so snaps for you, girl. At least you passed that class. Okay. Right, guys. Who else do we have? I think we did have Sasha. That's it. Sasha, are you in the building? I hope that that was useful for you, BTW, Katie. I hope that that was useful. Because I'm not sure if I was like all over the place or not, but yeah. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you, thank you. At least you passed that class, like I said. Okay. Hey, Sasha. What is your question, beautiful? Hit me with it. And then Melody, I'll answer your question, and that's it. We're closing out for the night. Okay. I wanted to know if I were to run into see the Leo, not with me. I'm sure their games are going not with me. Exactly that part. Exactly that part, Katie. Exactly that part. Those agents will not come over here today, not this week. Ain't nobody got time for that. Virgo full moon said no. I wanted to know if I were to run into see the Leo again after all this time, what would their reaction be? Like, how would they feel? Thanks. Okay, let's use a romance card for that, firstly. Okay, so Sasha wants to know if they were to run into C, what feelings would actually reveal themselves? Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Clarify. Can I? There's nothing romantic between us. We parted ways a long time ago. I was just going to ask you, are you hoping or intending for there to be feelings of sorts? Hold on. What they're showing me first and foremost is that they're saying that the situation for you guys would literally, it wouldn't necessarily be anything romantic as well, because this was the thing. It was like, these are the cards that you got, actually. New love and very soon, but very soon was in reverse, which means that they're not choosing a new love in the situation. Like straight off the bat, it would be a situation of you guys getting to know each other, and I guess the most that they could potentially offer you is a friendship to some degree, but I'm clarifying the cards to really be able to sort of like get it put into context for the most part. Yeah. Okay. Mm. Okay, sorry, I'm like observing and seeing. Okay. Okay. Breakthrough and being able to give up that situation and feeling overwhelmed and being overly protective about this particular person or situation. Were they overprotective in the space? What cards did okay, so interestingly enough, I got the Ace of Swords and I got the Seven of Wands in reverse as well. Right? That would be cool too. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where their situation circumstantially may have moved on as well. I get the sense that there may be something, romantically speaking, for them that may be sort of like brewing. I think that they may sort of like have a little situation that they want to be able to kind of like, I don't even know how to put it. Like they have a little side piece situation. They have a little something, something that's developing into something. I mean, I want to call it a situationship more so than anything. I wouldn't necessarily call it like a full blown relationship per se. But I think that that's why it would be a case of like friends, right? Friends, right? Because of that situation is there. So one wouldn't want to complicate the situation any further. I think um, you're it's one of those situations where they see that, I guess, letting go, like he would want to be friends. That's all he can offer at the minute. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's all he can offer at the minute because he's got a complicated situationship at the minute that's kind of like brewing. So he doesn't necessarily have the capacity to offer you anything else. Yeah, he'd be open to kind of like getting to know each other, who you guys are now. You know, he wasn't doing well back at the time. What do you mean? Why do you say that? Enlighten me, elaborate. Sorry, I have to ask these questions as well to be able to put things into context. Like he wasn't mature and was dealing with something of his own. Yeah, that's still a factor. That's why the only thing that he can actually, when I say that's still a factor, I mean right now he's dealing with a situationship. And he would be kind of like sparing himself the bother of actually sort of like having to explain things and, navigate through certain things and work through certain things. Um, and we also didn't end things so well. Yeah, the only thing that he would be able to sort of offer up is a friendship. We had a terrible falling out. That's, oh, damn. Okay, so that's interesting as well, because one of the things that they're sort of like saying on the situation is why it doesn't necessarily seem like it can be anything romantically speaking, is because there's no long-term vision on that. There's no, oh, this is someone I could recommit to because it was so great the first time round type thing. Not like that. Just saying. They have their reservations in essence in that construct of everything, right? So for you, my love, I would say it's a getting to know each other type dynamic. That's how he would actually sort of like feel. He probably wants to get to know who you are now, where you are in life, how did you get there, what's been going on in your life. Those things, just a little catch up, general sort of like situation. So I should probably use the word friendly as opposed to friends, right? He would be or present himself to be friendly towards you. I don't know if he could maintain a friendship per se. And I wonder if he gonna be nice to me or at least talk to me again after these 3 years. How I got there, haha. Exactly. I think that those would actually be more so some of the dynamics that you guys would actually face. I think it would be more a case of him being friendly towards you. I think the heat of the situation that happened a few years ago, that's not necessarily like both of you guys aren't even that hot anymore. You know what I mean? And when I say that hot, I mean hot headed, as per the conversation or discussion that you guys had. That was the final explosion for you guys that kind of like led to your ultimate like disconnect, right? Um, Neither of you guys are still in those places. So I think that there would be room for like open dialogue, I guess, to be able to get to know where you guys are now. Like I said, who you guys are as people now. He has probably changed over the course of the years. Not that much, girl. Let me not like give you this impression that he's a whole new person, because not really. Okay. Um, a lot of the behaviors that he exhibited with you is still why he's in a situationship today and not like anything serious. Okay. So let me put that out there, so that I don't like misrepresent the nature of how he moves and where he's at in terms of his mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical development, in this little game that we're sort of like doing called life. But yeah, yeah. He would be friendly enough to be able to sort of like have dialogue though. And I think curious as well, which is why he would actually be friendly. Oh, that's kind of sad, but I don't want to change him. I'm okay with how he is. That's just the way he is, man. That's just the way that he is. And I think he himself finds it a little bit of a challenge to be able to sort of like change. I was never mad at him for what he did. So what? Sorry, it's late now. It's like after 2 in the morning. What do you think was the thing that ultimately caused the demise then, if you weren't that mad? Like, why did it have to ultimately end in that disconnect? Just out of curiosity. Let's see. I'm gonna put some card. That's okay. That's okay. It's all good. It's all good, beautiful. What's the actual advice then for Sasha? Forgiveness, beautiful. Forgiveness is the class that you guys are navigating through with the situation. Um, and I think obviously just blew out in our faces. That's it. It just blew out in our faces. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was just one of those things. It was just like a bit of an explosion, you know, that was unexpected type thing. But I think for you guys, the situation is that forgiveness ultimately was the class that you guys needed to be able to kind of like sit just by being able to kind of like come together, you know. They were the catalyst to you sort of like navigating through forgiveness and vice versa for you as well. For them as well, you were the catalyst in them being able to like navigate through forgiveness, just I guess in terms of forgiving themselves maybe for how certain things played out, being reflective and seeing if they could have made different choices, if they could have did different responses, all of that kind of stuff. So ultimately, you know, the guides are advising that, you know, just forgive for the fact that this is one of those things where, you know, there is no choosing a new path. However things played out is however it played out, and it played out for that reason because it needed to get you guys to where you guys are now, and that's the main thing with the situation. Okay, but I hope that that was useful for you, my love, that part. Melody, beautiful. If you are still in the room, then throw your question out there for me and I will close out the space with you. Okay, that part, beautiful. Thank you. Okay, what's your question, my love? We're going to wrap it up for you. Can I please know what's Yanis's current energy towards me? Okay, we want to do the energy oracle then. Let's do that. Yanis's current energy towards Melody. Oh, thank you, beautiful. I'm glad that it was useful to you. That's what's up. Okay, Yanis, what's his current energy towards Melody? Okay. Okay. Yanis is thinking with the little head and not the big head, girl. I'm sorry, I just have to be honest because that's basically like if I wrap it up in a short form, that's basically what the cards are saying. So basically, what you have is the garden and the gate. So he has no plans of basically like really grounding anything in fruitation with you. Okay, his only intention is to stimulate his sacral chakra. Okay, and there isn't necessarily the thought process of the actual attachments. The journey is just the journey that's taking place, and that journey is basically being dictated and governed by the small head, basically. I don't know how else to put it to you, Melody, my love. I don't know how else to put it to you. I don't know that they have built a particular attachment or if they're allowing themselves to be able to engage in the attachment. What's the dynamic between you guys at the minute? Where you guys at? Is there a flow of communication? Is there, you know, no communication? Are you guys speaking casually? What's the situation? Sorry, I'm giving you an opportunity to just let it out there and let me know. I'm sure you're typing. He hasn't spoken to me since 3 years. Yeah, no attachment there. So that makes sense then. That makes sense, beautiful. That definitely makes sense. Because there's no desire to actually like do or grow anything with you. It would literally just be a consideration of the small head and not necessarily the mind head. You'd be thinking with the body head, not the mind head. But there's definitely been a release of the attachment. You guys, I guess the connection has been severed to some degree because there isn't necessarily like he doesn't necessarily look and think of you per se as an attachment. So yeah, sorry. That's unfortunate. Well, that's where his energy is at with the situation. What do you guys advise um, for Melody to do in terms of, just navigating through the Yanis space? No, he hasn't blocked you because he's still, I guess, thinking about the possibility of his sacral chakra being activated, love. He hasn't blocked you completely. That's interesting. Within the next few months, within the next few weeks. Interesting. Sorry, let me clarify that. What's occurring in the next few months? What do you guys see happening in the next few months? Let me see. What's occurring in the next few? Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm like making some room for these cards so I can put everything into context. Yeah, so what they've shown is happening in the next few months, I guess, on the situation, because I've asked, okay, what's the guidance for you? And they said within the next few months. And then on the bottom of the deck, we've actually got the next few weeks. So there's a bit of a turning point that's taking place within the next few weeks, basically anywhere between, I want to say 8 to 11 weeks, potentially anywhere between 8 to 11 weeks. So this is what's going to be playing out, basically, for that timeline that I told you about. They're showing me that it's like kind of like he's been holding himself in and holding himself back and feeling, I guess, there's been delays. That's probably the best way that I can put it. There's been delays to him being able to be a free spirit, like I said, because of this situation, right? Um, Not this situation. Sorry, my bad. He actually has a situation. Do you know if he's in a relationship? Because he feels more like he's in a relationship situation. Do you know if he's in a relationship? The thing is, I pushed him away in the past and told him to be with someone else, and he did that part. Girl. Okay, now I understand why there isn't any attachment, because he probably feels like, okay, I can't be attached to this person because they have some attachment issues. Okay. And then he's like, okay, now I done moved on with my life. Life's happened. I'm like kicking butt at life. I'm like, I'm getting better at this life thing. And then boom, it's like now I'm getting like random messages. Months later, years have now passed in essence, and I'm supposed to do what exactly? Okay, girl, girl. Yeah, Yeah, because it feels like he's in a relationship, a whole blown, full blown relationship. But yeah, in the next few months, what they're showing me with the situation, obviously, with him being weighed down with his current dynamics and everything that he's kind of like navigating through, um, I think there may even be some spirit might even out him basically about the communication that you've been trying to have with him. So it may cause a little bit of disruption for him in navigating through some situations. So he may eventually actually in the next few months have to really sort of like walk away from this space because there's some things that may actually be flagged up in the relationship in essence. So they're saying within the next few months things are actually going to be unfolding towards that timeline, I guess. And within the next few weeks, there's actually probably more than likely going to be a little bit of a shift in terms of you actually even having that access per se as well. So that's just something to take into consideration, basically. But yeah, that's it. I hope that that was useful for you. Beautiful. You're the last person, I guess, here. So I'm going to close out the space. But I'd say, with everything that, why, just out of curiosity, Melody, why did you do that? Because clearly you want him now, but you didn't want him then. Why didn't you want him then? Thank you, beautiful. Just out of curiosity, why didn't you want him then? What was the thing that, like, caused you to make that decision? Was it like just self-sabotage? Like, what was it? Because now obviously you're in a different place with the situation. And what made you actually feel like I thought we would be together one day? Okay. So is it that you weren't necessarily ready? Okay. Yeah, I get you on that. I get you on that. I get you on that. Okay, so unfortunate, you know. I think, in all honesty, I think that there's something, like I said, spirit may be outing him in the next few weeks and potentially in the next few months. It may be a completely different shift of dynamics type situation where you don't even necessarily have that access either. So just be mindful as you're kind of like navigating through this space as well. And moving forward, I would say just even if you do have things to work on, see if it's something that you can work at within the relationship. Maybe not necessarily like as like full-blown couple status, but like at least like maintaining the friendship whilst you work on those things so that you can be better for the relationship. Because I'm telling you, I say that my partner and I, we've been together for 12 years. Like we've literally like I'm stopping all my messages in April because that would be exactly 3 years since he left. Yeah, well, there you go. There you go. There you go, beautiful. I guess there's already the turning point that's going to be playing out for you guys. Um, there's already a shift that's occurring in your thought process with the situation. But just for future reference, what I was saying is if you find yourself in, because that happens in relationships anyways, we all have things where we get to certain levels of the relationship and it's flagged and highlighted. Oh, this is what I need to work on, or this is something that I need to sort of like navigate through. I need to optimize here in order to benefit the relationship a little bit better. When you find yourself in those instances, instead of just checking out of the relationship or going into self-sabotage and kind of like completely diminishing all the work that you've done, such like thus far in said relationship, I would say the best thing to do is maybe take a relationship break where it's like, okay, we're going to work on strengthening the friendship. We'll probably just kind of like take things casually. That doesn't necessarily mean being with different people or anything like that. It just means the pressure of the relationship is probably too much to do the work that needs to be done at that particular time, right? So you just take your time to work on those things. And as you work on those things, surprisingly enough, you'll find that the relationship eventually has the ability to be able to mend itself as well. It just depends on how much work y'all are willing to put in at that particular time. Okay. Instead of doing the self-sabotage thing, because obviously you said it, but that's not really what you meant at the time. You actually really just wanted a break, to be able to work through some of the things you needed to work through at the time. And then you communicated the wrong thing that you actually in effect needed. Right. So just bear that in mind. Okay. I was just back then. Girl, we all going through it. We all going through it. Like, yeah, I've been with my partner for a long time, but honestly, like a lot of the times when I'm growing in certain spaces, that is like my individual growth that actually needs to happen outside of the relationship. I'm like, I'm gonna need some time, and that's just the way it is. Like, I'm really starting to think to myself, obviously, like I speak about marriage and stuff in my relationship, but it's like, do I even want that traditional like roles dynamics? Because it's important for us to be able to grow. And I personally don't hold a person as mine. They're like on loan to me. That's the person that I'm here to kind of like do the experience with. So whatever growth they need to do outside of me, I don't have a problem with, which is why I vocalize when I need to do my growth outside of someone else. But just bear that in mind moving forward. If it ever feels like, you guys need to do some individual growth elsewhere, you can do that elsewhere and still kind of like work at the relationship just from a distance, in essence, where it's not like, oh, this is a full-blown relationship, so let's take off the relationship cloak because it's too much pressure, but let's work on the friendship aspect of everything so that that can be optimized, and then we can lean back into the relationship when we've built on the foundations of trust. The communication's a little bit better. I'm not so paranoid about certain things. You know what I mean? Just little things. Like, I've worked through my insecurities. Those are the things that then helps to kind of like then rebuild the foundations of being able to be in a healthy relationship. But nonetheless, beautiful. I hope that was useful for you anyways. And yeah, as per usual, all of you guys, all of you awesome people that was here in the building with me today, I'm sending you guys some good vibes. Definitely, I'll put out a prayer for you guys tomorrow when I am in the prayer closet. I think now he's waiting until I finished working on myself to come back to me. I think he's like in the situation as well with the relationship, which makes it very complicated for him as well. I want to put that across because it's not going to be as simple now for him to just reinsert himself back into your life. He has to close out a chapter. And in this time as well, he's learned things about himself in relationship. He's actually built his own attachments and connections from being in the relationship as well. So now it's actually made things very messy and complicated for you guys being able to come together, should it be decided as God's will for you guys moving forward. So just bear that in mind as well. And honestly speaking, there isn't ever like actually being finished with working on ourselves. You might finish like, I guess, nursing the wound at that layer at that particular time, but honestly it's an ongoing thing, so there's no point in even kind of like taking this significant time to sort of like work. You can do the work on the go. Take the breaks when you need to, stop when you need to, refuel when you need to, and in between the spaces where you're actually enjoying the up moments, because obviously, remember we spoke about this earlier, life is like this because that's how we're able to experience it, so we can ride the waves and surf, right? When you have that's what relationships are for as well, to assist through those dips as well. Okay, that part. But I am going to love you guys and leave it there for you guys because it is almost 3 a.m. So your girl is worn out. But thank you guys for like just chopping it up with me. I'm studying to be a nurse, so I think after I graduate, he might come back. Well, put it out there in the universe, see what actually sort of like transpires, because obviously his free will has to be taken into consideration as well. And now there's a third party to be considered in the situation. So it's hella complicated, but keep me posted, girl. I wish you the best with it. I'm sending some good vibes. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Mwah. I hope you guys have a dope ass weekend for the rest of the weekend. And I will catch you guys next week. That part. Bye, y'all. Love you guys. Bye. Oh.